But the point is, there's no way the difference isn't in some way intentional. And I do believe it makes sense for HSR and Zenless to be more generous in these foundational aspects if Genshin was the starting point for people to transfer from. A good example of Hoyoverse acting on incentive is through Genshin's commission system, as its streamlining has made the process of doing your dailies much faster. This is a general positive, yes, but it also makes it a less intense commitment to keep up with Genshin, which then makes juggling Genshin with other Hoyoverse games much easier. Commissions were an intentional time-wasting mechanic to make you play the game longer, so while fixing it is a giant improvement, it was only fixed when they had other products for you to spend that newfound time in. This is also compounded when games like Wuthering Waves joined the market, as having an actual competition within your genre makes it more of a priority to do right by your community. I think it's also a bit obvious.
Okay.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
Should have started spending sooner. Spending mental.
The tiger has arrived! Don't worry, one swing will do.
That there's some sort of scale with the frequency of these changes depending on the current health of a given game. Zenless is a prime example, where they flood certain patches with a bunch of goodies and new quality of life changes whenever the player base starts to waver. It's perhaps most noticeable with Zenless given how turbulent its history has been up until now, with 1.4 and 2.5 serving as soft relaunches of the game with very upfront incentives to give the game a second chance. Maybe true artifact presets really are a break glass in case of emergency thing for all three games. Although that would mean the current systems in each game are intentionally made to be obtuse and unhelpful. Do I think Hoyoverse would really do something like that intentionally? Not really, but if you're braver than me, then maybe you could take the leap to that conclusion. So anyways, yeah, that's my conclusion. I think these games intentionally dangle these changes to incentivize player transference and to stretch out positive reception. It would be really cool if these unique systems in each game were extended to every game that could utilize them, but Hoyoverse has been rather consistent on delivering the exact opposite of that. And regardless of my speculation as to why that is, it's pretty safe to say that it will be the standard baseline for many years to come. Going to the channel member corner, first of all, we have members that have reached the 6-month milestone, upgrading their bag channel member icon. Thank you again to Firelunar, Sustorm OTP, and Rainy Blue for supporting this channel for so long. I really appreciate it. On top of this, we have Lich DRMZ as a brand new member. Thank you so much for joining the channel, and with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Bye!
How about a cup of joe? A little bitterness can make life sweet, a little more satisfying.
New Year's is a time where we can forget about the past and look forward to a brighter and better future. Which is exactly what I'll be doing for Zenless Zone Zero because Season 2 just ended and it's bad. I want to make myself clear. I love Zenless Zone Zero. The world, the characters, the aesthetic are some of my favorites in all of Gacha, but I can't lie that I am disappointed with how the second season turned out. The finale is the culmination of everything wrong with Zenless Zone Zero's second season. There's no focus, the pacing is all over the place, it doesn't know how to use its cast of characters, and the payoffs are just not satisfying. I'm telling you right now that Season 2 is Inazuma levels of bad in my opinion. These are just my initial thoughts on the finale and Season 2. It might be harsh to say, but the question is, how cooked is Zenless Zone Zero right now? Let's start with how the proxy was used in Season 2. Oh boy.
Don't worry, one thing will do.
You light my fire. I feel my life with you, baby. You blow my mind.
The proxy in this season doesn't change or progress in any meaningful way. Did you love the proxy being dead weight and getting attacked by ethereals so the newest agent could save them? Well, we get that not once, but twice, because they don't develop in any meaningful way. They still have zero survival awareness, and I get why this happens. The game wants you to show off how cool the new character is. This is something. The proxy in this season doesn't change or progress in any meaningful way. Did you love the proxy being dead weight and getting attacked by ethereals so the newest agent could save them? Well, we get that not once, but twice, because they don't develop in any meaningful way. They still have zero survival awareness, and I get why this happens. The game wants you to show off how cool the new character is. This is something they've done since season 1, but by now, it's just tiring to watch the main character walk into a room, fail their perception check, and get jumped. If the devs want the proxies to go into the hollows personally, that's fine. I actually don't mind that. Some people may not like it, but I don't have a problem with that. My problem is that I just want them to feel competent, because right now, they aren't. They do the most basic proxy navigation and hacking, and that's it. Back in season 1, there was a scene where the proxy was able to escape a hollow without any help from Fairy or the HDD. They were able to do it with just pen and paper and their brain. This is what makes them stand out among other Hoyoverse protagonists. That's what makes them Phaethon. They're clever, they're nerds. Let them be nerds. Currently, they still don't do anything that justifies them walking into a hollow. I know that they can control either, but what we get is mostly them moving boxes. This whole arc was for Phaethon to help train them to be better equipped for going into the hollow, but it doesn't feel like that they've actually progressed. By the end of the season, it doesn't feel like the proxy has gotten any closer to understanding the nature of their eye implants or how they work. In fact, they even encounter a new problem with their eyes, which is exactly the same way it ended in season 1. They don't make any progress. They end in the same place that they started. Even the new information that we learned about Carol isn't satisfying because only they answers. We don't really get anything new. By the end of season 1, we know that she's involved with the fall of the old capital. By the end of season 2, we learn that she might have been involved with the fall of the old capital. We get some hints about what she was researching, but we still don't know what it was. I also miss when Belle and Wise interacted more as siblings. In every Hoyoverse game, there's a core group of characters. In Genshin, the Traveler has Paimon, Starrel has the Astro Express, and in Zenless Zone Zero, the Proxy has their sibling. But for some reason, Belle and Wise barely interact with each other in season 2. This season had so many sibling characters and dynamics, but for some reason, the writers didn't want to do anything with Phaethon. It would have been interesting to see how Belle and Wise's relationship parallels with the other siblings in this season. The Phaethon siblings were given powers that they don't fully understand, just like the siblings that inherited the Qingming blade. It could have added an internal conflict within the proxy, which could have been a plot point that develops their connection to their sibling. It would have been interesting to see if their new powers brought them closer or further apart. Unfortunately, we're left with the sibling being sidelined for most of the quest. They only pop in when they need to give exposition. To be honest with you, Phaethon's journey this season could have been a text message. Two halves make a whole, so let's talk about the proxy's new second half. Chungwon is the focus of the finale, and it was so disappointing. Guys, I love her design. She has some of the best animations, her paid skin is peak, and she's meta. But they sold so hard on her writing. This chapter shows that she really should have been introduced sooner. Do you remember how people lost their minds about Firefly simping for Kalis, or how some people are currently losing it over Columbina? I'm telling you right now that those two have got nothing over Chungwon. For the record, I don't mind some of the waifu bait writing in gacha games. It's par for the course, and sometimes it can work, but for Chungwon, it's just so blatant and poorly written. To some extent, I can understand why she likes the proxy so much. It's spelled out pretty clearly. At a young age, she was chosen to wield the Qingming sword, which meant that people were going to be worried about her. She was isolated in the mountains for a long time, and everybody around her was overly protective. The proxy is the first friend that she makes that's around her age, but more importantly, is the only person that respects her wishes and lets her make her own decision. They're the only ones that make her feel like she has autonomy. The core of their connection makes sense, and if the game had given them more time to develop and slowly build up that relationship, I wouldn't have a problem. But it feels like that we went from confidant rank 3 to 10 in record time. Personally, I think this could have benefited from more of a slow burn. The amount of times that the game will go wink wink nudge nudge, did you know that she has a crush on the proxy, is just absurd. I'm not exaggerating either. Multiple characters will hint and point out that the proxy has a special connection to Shunguang.
You're not usually this persistent. Is it because of what you've been through lately? Or have you met someone special who's made you start questioning things?
Xiaoguang really adores you, you know. Having you by her side will make her feel so much better.
She loves you, you know. The same way she loves Yixuan, her brother, and all her precious little friends. No, maybe even more than that.
Like, I get it, she likes the proxy. The first time was enough. Her whole marketing campaign was about her and the proxy, a girl that the proxy met maybe a couple weeks to a month ago. It's to the point where it's the defining characteristic of her character. Not even Vivian was this much of a simp, because at least she had fleshed out relationships with characters outside of the proxy like Hugo or Dina. Again, I want to be fair here, she does have interactions with Yixuan and her brother, but they get overshadowed by the proxy. There's even one scene that shows that she has a deeper connection to the proxy than we thought. And I'm going to be honest with you, it just doesn't work for me. For me, it came off as cliche. Like, seriously, that's why she likes Osmanthus? Just so I'm not being completely negative, I do like her alternative self. Her alternate self is a manifestation of some of her innermost thoughts and desires, and it does give some more dimensionality to Shunguang. There are good ideas to her character, but the game tries too hard to ship her with the proxy, and it just overwhelms every other characteristic of her.
In our dreams, how deep before we all fade away.
My biggest issue is that there is zero direction with this finale and season 2 as a whole. The whole production of this season has been...
I'm here. Need a hand?
all over the place. In some chapters, there's an over-reliance on black screens with white text, or on CG stills that take up way too much time. The story from 2.4 at the time of recording is still missing some voice lines. The lack of polish and care does impact the overall experience. There's also been a lack of focus because the pacing is all over the place. The finale felt like it was rushing and dragging at the same time. This is also the problem with mixing character quests with main story content. There were so many times where the story stops so the character can monologue about melodrama. There was a moment where we learn about Zhao's past and why she has this worldview where your worth is tied to your monetary output. In a vacuum, it's fine, but the way that was implemented into the story was really poorly done. Most of the cast wasn't used properly either. They try to do the whole Avengers Assemble moment again, but it just falls flat. The other characters from this season felt largely irrelevant. In season 1, there was a whole conspiracy with Bringer, Perlman, and Sarah that tied all the factions together. The Exaltus and the Sacrifices all amounted to nothing. They were just fodder and nothing else. The lack of a strong antagonist means that the other characters in this season don't have a strong personal stake in the finale. It just feels like the devs knew that they had to include everyone from season 2, but they couldn't figure out a way to connect them to the story organically. Most of the characters this season felt like they were designed for the gacha banner first and story second. Now, before you go typing, well duh, it's a gacha game, I know this. But if you can write compelling characters in a good story, people will care about them and want to spend more. Miyabi's also in the final, but she barely interacts with the proxy, if at all. They laid out so much of the groundwork for Miyabi and the proxy to be close friends and confidants in season 1, but they don't do anything with it. Remember, Miyabi and the proxy are both trying to figure out the truth about the fall of the old capital. She shows up when the plot needs her and leaves when it's done with her. This is a problem because the same thing is happening with Shunwang. The story is establishing a deep connection between the two, and they promise to never forget each other. But with the way the story direction is going, by the time it gets to 3.0, the proxy is just going to move on to the next major banner character. We saw this in 2.2 with Soldier 11 barely doing anything. Even characters introduced in season 2 feel forgotten in the finale. If old characters are just going to be tossed aside in favor of new characters, why should I be invested in them at all? It was also difficult to feel like there were any stakes in the story. They made such a big deal about the Qingming blade and how it'll eventually kill the wielder. That gets solved so easily and so quickly that I couldn't believe it. In a 7-hour quest, it takes less than 20 minutes to solve this problem. There's no big sacrifice or consequence either. Any side effect from the blade that she was feeling is gone. And no, it wasn't even Deus Ex Machina by the proxy's eye power. I genuinely thought that Shunwang being cured was an illusion by the miasma, but it wasn't. They don't even fully explain how it works. It just vaguely has to do with the creator. They don't even really get rid of the Qingming blade's curse either. The story makes a big deal about how Shunwang is still at risk, but because of how easily they fixed it the first time, it feels like there really isn't much of a risk anymore. The reason why this matters is that Shunwang and the proxy both give speeches about hope and courage, and while I like it, the lack of any meaningful struggle means that this speech doesn't land for me. Now, I don't want to be a Doom poster or a hater. I strive to be something more than your dime a dozen slop gotcha content creator, because there were some good parts to this finale and to the season as a whole. This chapter did expand on lore with the Qing Mean Sword and with the Void Hunters, particularly with Lady Sunbringer. I also like the antagonist at the end. There's a new villain at the end of the quest, and he's unironically the most fleshed out main story antagonist that we had so far. Though, to be fair, compared to Sarah and Bringer, that isn't so difficult. Yishuan is also a good character in this chapter. There's a moment where he's able to express all of his problems that he has with Yonghui Summit. Yonghui Summit has been doing some shady stuff behind the scenes, and he calls him out on it. I liked it. It was a good scene. I also like how Season 2 introduces more cinematic moments, like with QuickTime events. We also get hints about future areas in New Eridu, so I'm excited to learn more about that. This patch also brought back lore items, which is always a W in my book. I'm getting more invested into the lore. I started the video with a question. Is Zenless Zone Zero cooked? And in my opinion, no, it's not. Writing is something that can be easily fixed. Genshin, Star Rail, and Wuthering Waves have all had bad arcs, but they managed to turn it around, and I am cautiously optimistic that the Zenless team can do the same. Thank you everybody for watching. Do you agree with me, or am I being too critical? Let me know in the comments. I'll see you guys next time. It might be a week, it might be a year.
Ether is a substance in Zenless Zone.
One of the most groundbreaking batteries in history has just been announced.
Окейшки. To battery. I'll probably use it right now.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
No.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
And I'm skeptical.
Which is why I've come to CES in person to investigate and ask the hard questions.
It's from a company called Donut Lab, who have some interesting motors that are already in production vehicles, which is why I'm not instantly writing this off as vaporware. If their claims are true, this means that just about everything with a battery is about to be revolutionized. It means that electric vehicles will go far further
Please
than...
no crit damage. Wow, it did. Interesting. Well, that's cool, isn't it? Okay. 3. And about 200 crit damage. That's nice. That's appropriate. Pen ratio is pretty low. But well, that will require some stuff.
Combustion cars have quick recharge times, and the battery will last so long that it could become a family heirloom. So
Yay.
I'll give you a hand. I'm here. Need a hand? Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
Hey, don't look down on me! You want to test my hammer?
instead of fighting over your granddad's Rolex, it'll be wondering who can get the Donut Lab battery. With a claimed life of 100,000 cycles, my rough calculations put it at lasting around 50 million miles. So what has happened to make this possible? I wanted to go and investigate, so let's have a look and see if this is really possible. I'm Ryan Innes, and this is a Zero Deep Dive. I've been following solid state batteries for years now, and the first scientific publication I had was on the topic, so this is definitely something that piqued my interest. As I walked up to the stand, I saw some display batteries, which kicked off my investigations. As a quick reminder, solid state batteries replace the liquid electrolyte with a solid electrolyte. This means you can have a lithium metal anode, which massively increases the energy storage capacity. This is possible because the solid electrolyte blocks these things called dendrites from growing, which grow very quickly on lithium metal anodes, and if they grow too big, then you get internal short circuits. So you end up with more energy dense, safer batteries. Early versions of them are available, but there are some limitations that make them currently comparable to standard lithium ion for the most part. Throughout the day, companies were swinging by the Donut Lab stand, asking many questions, and apparently there was about 600 inquiries about their new system in the first day alone. Now, this comes as no surprise when you consider the spec sheet that these batteries have. I'll read some of the headline figures. They are 400 watt-hours per kilogram, which is state of the art. They fully charge in 5 minutes, they'll last 100,000 cycles, they're extremely safe, operating from minus 30 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius, which basically means Arctic cold to boiling point of water for those that don't use Celsius, and they are built on abundant materials, so non-toxic, easy supply chains, things like that. Basically the holy grail of batteries. So as I was walking around, I managed to talk to some of their executive teams, and I was just trying to squeeze out any information I could and look for clues anywhere, but they were being very tight-lipped on any details. Specifically, they said they will not talk about manufacturing or the chemistry. And I was like, well, that's inconvenient, because those are the two main things I want to know. This also meant I didn't get any interviews because a lot of the conversations were quite slow and drawn out, and I'd go out and do maybe a bit more research, have a look around, and then come back or ask someone else to try and get more information. So it was not really an interview, but I'll give you the overview of what I found. When I started to poke around, the first thing I noticed was that the cells and modules were on display, but these were just 3D printed mock-ups, which made it hard to instantly verify anything. This is unlike other battery companies out there who generally have their cells on display. After some of these initial hurdles with my investigation, I started overhearing an interesting conversation.
With a pure heart, the sword will follow. The sword mirrors my heart.
Room 1 features a couple of aggressive priests and a brand new boss named Covenant Guardian. The buff, Dawn's Guiding Light, increases agent attack by 30% and crit damage increased by 15%. The enemy stun damage multiplier also increases by another 20%. The enemies on this floor all share the same weaknesses, being fire and physical, making this an obvious matchup for agents with those elements. But more importantly is building a team that can effectively deal with the two priests within the first wave. Both of them get their butts kicked by Burn, making agents like Bernice a phenomenal pick against the matchup. Burning them is also how you prevent them from jumping around the map, spreading apart, and it overall makes it easier to stun them at the same time. Starting with wave 1, we're gonna have Flame Cantor and Wicked Wraith. Cantor is probably the most annoying elite of the two due to the fact that he can summon smaller mobs called Huskrons if you leave him alone for too long. Now the Huskrons get
You will be proud to die. Let's keep this advantage. Leave it to me. Switching to business mode. Dial 1 for complaints. Spot an ethereal. Stop. Are you okay? Shit. Swirling clouds. Ride the wind. Yes. Adorably clueless. The sword follows my well, and winds howl in the heavens.
Wrong buttons.
Stand down. Let's keep this. Leave it to me. The sword follows my well, and winds howl in the heavens. Radiant cloud. Frost glistens. Sweet intercept. Seal. Break. Dial 1 for complaints.
A call to purify the world!
Hello? This is the end for you! I'll be fine. Radiant cloud. Frost glistens.
Watch closely. This is the real deal.
Eternal vigil.
Seal. Break. Premiums. A measure of steel slices the world through. Split the heavens. Radiant cloud. Forward. Turn around. Smash them. I won't let you down. Still water. Can't get through? Try again! I see edge. Yep. Frost glistens. Split the heavens. The sword follows my well, and winds howl in the heavens.
Not bad. But it could be better. If I use the ultimate as soon as possible. Maybe.
Is it my shift again? This is necessary for victory. Forward! My move. Evil retreats. Switching to business mode.
A measure of steel slices the world through. Split the heavens. Cross glistens. Split the heavens.
Down one for complaints. If you spot an ethereal, shout for help. One slice, two slice, three.
Cut through darkness.
Intercept! Sick for complaints? Too late for that! I'm in charge now.
Leave it to me. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Radiant cloud. Split the heavens. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Forward! Turn around! Smash them! My turn now? I'm gonna do my best!
A measure of steel slices the world through. Radiant cloud.
I come on to purify the world!
Frost glistens. Light brings the dawn.
Down one for complaints. Three. The enemy looks kinda tough. Unexpected call.
No more shadows.
Today's...
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky.
Engaging head on. Adjusting for wind.
A sound strategy.
Supporting position.
Wide open.
You're in the side.
All right, I'll take them right on cue. What you deserve.
Envy! Ether vision activate. Show no mercy. Take the shot.
A sound strategy.
Time to pin them down.
Now you...
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Right on cue.
Supporting position.
Engaging. Roger that. Loyalty. Off balance. Now you pay.
Recalibrating. Suppressing fire.
This song is dedicated to the world. Engaging. Roger that. What you deserve.
Can't catch it.
You lose yourself in the music. Current overload.
Time to end this.
This is our chance. A sound strategy. Now you pay. What you deserve. Resolve.
Show no mercy. Take the shot. This bullet will reach its mark.
It's time.
Recalibrating.
Right on cue.
Envy. Supporting position.
Now you pay. Witness the magic of music. Dual referendum.
Is it enough? Probably not.
Sure, leave it to me! Break time! Right. Weakling. No room for mercy.
Oh my.
It's over. Purging slash. Careful, don't get scared. Oh, for Lord Satan. Don't get scared, no! Fire! Yeah! Notice me, Lord Satan. My blade is already sheathed. Press forward. It's over. Don't underestimate me. You better not get my treasure. Scatter! Get busy! Time for a surprise! Victory, the only option. Out of my sight. Restore order. You're about to run out. Go, come on! My blade is already. Oh, don't you know? Hit my dress sturdy and you'll pay. Weakling. Break time! You better not get my chest. Okay. Watch out. Scatter! My blade is already sheathed. Switch it up! Time for a surprise! Don't underestimate me. Purging slash. Yeah. Come on! Don't be nervous! Yeah! Notice me, Lord Satan. It's over. Careful, don't get scared! Oh, for Lord Satan! Get busy! I'm unstoppable. My blade is already out of my sight. Cut your path. Stay focused.
That's not much. I think I can do better here.
Weakling. Careful, don't get scared! Oh, for Lord Phaethon! My blade is already sheathed. Scatter! Don't get scared, no! Fire! Don't underestimate me. Don't you know? Get my dress dirty and you'll pay. Purging slash! Weakling. Time for a surprise! Careful, don't get scared! Oh, for Lord Phaethon! My blade is already time for a surprise! The cold is silent. Shadowless blade. I swear on my blade. Weakling. You're luck to run out! Go, Kama! Who dares get between me and Lord Phaethon? Press forward. My blade is already here.
It was worse somehow.
Weakling. Great time! Okay. Scatter! Getting busy! It's over. Careful, don't get scared! Don't underestimate me. Watch the corruption! You're done! Here to help! You better not get my trust. Purging slash! Watch the corruption! Weakling. Don't get scared, no! Fire! Who dares get between me and Lord Phaethon? Just this once. It's over. Great time! Oh, for Lord Phaethon! Too much gunpowder? My blade is already sheathed. Shadowless blade. Careful, don't get scared! Go! The cold is silent. Victory, the only option. Huh. Stay focused.
Weakling. No room for mercy.
Your luck's run out! Go, come on! Don't notice me. Lure them.
It's over.
I don't get it.
Ride the wind. Down one for complaints. Silly. The winning pieces are in place. The blade knows my heart. Sweet seal! The winning pieces will be fine. Forward! I can hop in anytime. The sword follows my will and wins power in the heavens! Radiant cloud!
Motherfucker.
Flip the heavens! Down one for complaints! If you spot an ethereal, take a breather, darling. As the sword wills!
You will be crowned victor.
You're not seal! I'm in charge now. Sorry for the wait, dear. Cut through darkness. I can hop in any switching to. A measure of steel slices the world through. Radiant cloud. It's getting stronger. Frost glistens.
What? Really? This is emotionally draining.
You will be crowned victor.
Leave it to me. You're now connected with the goal. Forward. Turn around. Smash them.
What the fuck is that? Okay, so I don't want to press E here.
Leave it to me. Down one for complaints. If you spot an ethereal.
I'm just not gonna touch the second dude. Why is it loading so slowly? Give me the message.
Oh, the blade knows my heart. You're now connected with the gold intercept. Seal. Wait. Leave it to me. Forward.
Come on.
My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. Incoming. Blazing arc. Forward. Heart of ice. Full power mode.
415. I really got lucky, it seems, with the first one.
I nullify the unclean.
I'm in charge. I'll be fine. Is it my shift again? Down one for complaints. A measure of steel slices the world through. Give radiant clouds. I'll give you a hand.
I'm here. Need a hand?
promise to tell me if anything's wrong. I'll show you my real value this time.
Oh, it's attack percent. And that's attack percent. Oh. Well, looks fine. HP percent, please. No, let's not. Oh no, no HP. That's not it. That's not it. That is it. Okay. Crit rate without HP. Defense percent. No.
I'm here. Need a hand?
What flavor of music would you like to try today?
Okay.
Come back again soon.
I'll give you a hand.
I'll show you my real value this time. Let's stick to the plan.
Let's just stop studying in HA Outpost. Camp. Miss Shao.
I'll give you a hand. I'm sorry.
Warm.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
I'll show you my real value this time.
Ridiculous.
I'll show you my real value this time. I'm here. Need a hand? I'll show you my real value this time.
Wait a moment. Little bird. Yeah, looks like I did it already. Come on, plus crit rate or plus HP. Sure. It's fine. That's fine. Completely fine. Utterly fine. Completely and utterly good enough.
I'll show you my real value this time. I'm here. Need a hand? I'll show you my real value this time. I'll show you my real value this time. I'm here. I'll show you my real value this time. I'm here. Let's stick to the plan.
You will be crowned the dust. You're not gonna turn around. The winning pieces are in place.
Really fucking.
Rapid flashes as the intercept. I'll be fine. What? Pathetically dumb. The sword follows my will and wins howl in the heavens. Radiant cloud. It's getting stronger. Frost listens. Too late for that!
Icy edge.
Radiant cloud! Huh? What the heavens? Forward! Turn around! Smash them! My turn now? I'm gonna do my best!
Leave it to me. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky.
Radiant cloud!
Split the heavens. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
One for complaints! If you spot an ethereal, jump for help! The tide's in my favor!
The line is drawn.
I won't let you down! Unexpected call!
Yeshunguang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions!
Oh, you're away!
A measure of steel slices the world through!
You will be drowned! Switch intercept! Seal! This must be the mission target! Break!
Stand down! A measure of steel slices the world through!
Frost glistens! Radiant cloud! You're now connected with the gold star. One for complaints! If you spot an ethereal, nothing flushes!
I'll be fine!
The verdict is... unforgivable! Let's keep this advantage.
Icy edge.
Frost glistens! Radiant cloud!
Split the heavens!
Forward! Turn around! Smash them! Take a breather, that punishment time!
Cut through darkness! Stand down!
Intercept! Seal! My turn now? I'm gonna do my best!
Leave it to me! My blade cuts down evil! My spirit soars in the sky!
The enemy looks kinda tough! Unexpected call!
The Qingming's might rends the heavens!
I'll be fine!
Split the heavens! Listens! Light brings the dawn.
Careful, darling! Frolic a complaint? Too late for that! A measure of steel slices the world through!
Okay.
The blade knows my heart. Switch intercept! Seal! Winning pieces are in place. Got one for complaints. A measure of steel slices the world through. Radiant clouds. Split the heavens. I can hop in anytime. Leave it to me. Split the light. Intercept. Take a breather, darling. The line is drawn. Radiant clouds. Frost glistens. Forward. Turn around. Smash them. Hello. This is the end for you. I'll be fine. My blade cuts down evil. My spirit soars in the sky. What the heavens? Frost glistens. The Yeshunguang of Yunquai Summit, breaking all illusions. Got one for complaints. My turn now. I'm gonna do my best. Hero's frost. Radiant clouds. Frost glistens. Blazing arc. Premiums. The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens. I won't let you down. Split the net. Knows my. Is it my shift again? Seal. Leave it to me. Call forwarding. Forward. Turn around. The sword follows my will and winds howl in the heavens. Split the heavens. Frost glistens. Split the heavens.
Rapid slashes. Swing slash.
What's this? Sorry for the wait, dear.
Let's keep this advantage.
I'll be fine. Radiant clouds.
The call to purify the world!
One for complaints.
Take a breather, darling.
The voice of truth!
Cut through darkness. Perfect timing. Leave it to me.
Hello? This is the end for you!
Bones refortified.
I'm up. Sure thing.
Can't get through? Try again.
Aloha.
A measure of steel slices the world through. It's recovered. Frost glistens. Forward. Turn around.
Smash them. I call this move Bunny Slash Combo. Done.
The sword follows my will and winds howl in the heavens. The Qingming's might rends the heavens.
Ah.
I shall refine the unclean!
Intercept! Seal! Break!
Time for my favor.
You're now connected with the gold star set. The sword follows my will and winds howl in the heavens. Radiant clouds. Frost lessens! Blazing arc!
Icy edge.
Radiant cloud! Frost glistens! Down one for complaints! If you spot an ethereal, I'll be fine! My blade cuts down evil! My spirit soars in the sky! Radiant cloud! Split the heavens! The Qingming's might rends the heavens! Forward! Turn around!
My turn now? I'm gonna do my best. Hello? This is the end for you! Call forwarding! Just in time! Leave it to me! I won't let you down! Five-star review!
Watch out! Intercept! Seal! I'll back you! A measure of steel slices the world through!
Here's my heart.
Congrats! I got 160. Yay! I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The fact that I needed to spend a bunch of time just retrains shit. Should I go for hidden treasure? Probably not. This and then this.
Lost souls, bear witness to the ultimate. Lost souls, bear witness to the ultimate.
Time to choose
Eternal annihilation.
Adorably clueless.
Lost souls, bear witness to the ultimate.
Forward! Turn around!
Witness truth. Be erased.
Okay, done.
The blade.
Lost souls, bear witness to the ultimate. Witness truth. Be erased.
Right, got one for complaints. If you spot an ethereal,
Behold.
I'll be fine. Yep. Frost glisten. Radiant cloud.
Defiant order will suffer eternally.
The winning pieces are in place. Don't you underestimate me. Perceive. Adorably clueless. A measure of steel slices the world through. Split the heavens.
Shall be erased.
Radiant cloud. Forward! Turn around! Smash them! Intercept! Seal! Break!
enemy looks kinda tough. Am I surprised? Bye-bye.
The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens!
Today the verdict is unforgivable. Dial 1 for complaints. If you spot an ethereal, leave it to me.
Frost listens!
Sink into the abyss.
Radiant cloud! My blade cuts down evil! My spirit soars in the sky! Frost listens! Radiant cloud! Light brings the dawn.
Intercept! Seal! Break! My turn now? I'm gonna do my best. Oi! Ah! I'm in charge now.
Sink into the abyss.
The sword follows my will, and winds howl in the heavens! Frost glistens! Split the heavens! The Qingming's might rends the heavens!
That was really dirty. Not even close to what I would consider reasonable. Damage score 22,000. Congrats me, I have a bit of Dennis. Oh. I still haven't unlocked Grace. I didn't realize it. But I already got her. Man. Bopon.
I'll show you my real value this time.
Okay, let's go for deal with bamboos now.
Welcome in. What mods are you going for this time?
Penguin bow.
that it?
Oh.
Welcome in. What mods are you going for this time? Making Bang Boo's metallic exterior look bouncy and cute ain't easy, you know?
Now I do know.
I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one by one. Someone just asked me why I wear sunglasses indoors. Well, obviously because it's cool.
Okay, so they should give HP recovery.
I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one by one.
6.7. Wait.
I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one by one.
Wait, so this says me is more or is worse?
I got plenty of new ideas. Let's try them out on EOS one by one. Making Bang Boo's metallic exterior look bouncy and cute ain't easy, you know?
Sometimes per combat.
Someone just asked me why I wear sunglasses indoors. Well, obviously because it's cool.
Physical anomaly build up. Massive.
banana.
If you got any questions, come find me anytime. I'll be here.
Give great opportunities to parry them, but they'll also bum rush you at the mage's command. Essentially, Kantor will summon enough of these things so that you start to get jumped by over 5 aggressive enemies at once. Wraith is one of our newer elites that uses a combination of attacks featuring his giant axe and a shotgun. The key to facing him is to keep him close within line of sight. Otherwise, he will try to blow your back out with a Peacemaker from Apex. Now, Wraith is the most aggressive of the two and will prioritize chasing you down, but by staying close enough to the mage, you can force the Hulk to follow you all the time. This is going to help limit or outright cancel the mage from summoning his minions. If he can't breathe, he can't summon. If you follow this strategy, you don't have to worry about projectiles much during the entire fight, and now you can just focus on keeping them grouped together in order to stun them at the same time. Keep in mind, the mage builds days faster than the Hulk, so don't really freak out if one of them gets stunned before the other. Most fire agents also have linear or cone-shaped attacks, allowing you to hit both of them at the same time. One of the keys to Shiyu defense is to be smart about your lineups, and here in particular, you can absolutely kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Remember that burning them helps prevent them from spreading about. See, if I was Canadian, I would have said kaboot. Kaboot? Wow, a boot. After wave 1, we go into wave 2, which is going to be the Covenant Guardian. A general rule of thumb, once Guardian enters the stage, is to rush stun as fast as possible. Every fire DPS benefits the most in stun, so try taking advantage of that. Of course, this changes if you don't have a stunner, and using double stun makes it 10 times easier. The Covenant Guardian. A general rule of thumb.
Hey, Proxy. Have you hit a roadblock?
banana. No. Like that.
I don't know.
You to hit both of them at the same.
Boo's metallic exterior look bouncy and cute ain't easy, you know. You got any questions? Come find.
Leisurely straight. Oh God. So annoying.
Time. One of the keys to shiyiu defense is to be smart about your lineups, and here in particular, you can absolutely kill two. We go into wave 2, which is gonna be the Covenant Guardian. A general rule of thumb. Them at the same time. One of the keys to shiyiu defense is to be
Just gonna go run around with Zhao.
Way out. This one's gonna hurt. Don't push yourself. Proceed. Forward. Turn around. Take a breather, darling. Is it my shift again? Got one for complaints. I'm Shiyiu. The blade knows my heart. Free as the skies. Switching intercept. Shiyiu. Unsheath. Time to chill. I'll be fine. What the heavens? Ride the wind. Careful, darling. Don't you underestimate me.
This won't take much. The sword follows my will and wins howl in the heavens. You're now connected with the Gold Star Red. Dial 1 for complaints. I can help it.
Receive judgment. Punishment time. Final hit.
Winning pieces are in place.
All done.
Cut through darkness. Fire! Turn around! Smash them!
The enemy looks kinda tough.
Did they do it?
Don't you underestimate me.
My turn! I see edge. Radiant cloud! Light brings the dawn. Is it right?
Just in time.
Intercept! Seal! Break! Yep! Spirit Frost! Switching to business mode.
The evening chill is setting in. Want a warm bowl of soup to shake it off.
Heyo. I need 7 here and 7 there.
Time to charge. Leave it to me. Ride the wind. Free as the skies. The blade knows my heart. Proceed!
Hmm. 6 plus 7 is 3 and 4.
Free as the skies.
6, I need 8.
Forward! Turn around! Smash them! Take a breather, darling. Don't push yourself, Miss Zhao. Incoming! What's this? A measure of steel slices the world through! Free as the skies. The blade knows my heart.
Fast trades, hard bargains. Only the best deals make it fast.
Done for the day? If anything's on your mind, I'm all ears.
Terrible. Ooh, there's polychromes. I'm glad I completed it, but I feel now a bit empty inside. I'm free from Zenless's end game for the time being. And I couldn't be happier. Because it's funny.
Ну что, на дворе первая среда этого года, 2026-го, а значит, время проводить наш еженедельный регулярный стрим по средам. Как обычно, напишите, пожалуйста, в комментариях, все ли хорошо со звуком и с изображением. Все-таки первый стрим в новом году, мало ли что может пойти не так. А я же пока коротко расскажу про основные технические детали для тех, кто здесь впервые. Меня зовут Ирина Якутенко, я биолог и научный журналист. У меня есть YouTube-канал, на котором мы сейчас находимся, где я рассказываю про науку, не только про саму науку, но и про то, как наука объясняет разные важные для нас события, явления и все что угодно. Тенденции, тренды, которые мы наблюдаем. Кроме того, у меня есть телеграм-канал «Безвольные каменщики». Если вы еще не подписаны, подписывайтесь. Там мы тоже все это обсуждаем. Там обычно очень интенсивные дискуссии ведутся в комментариях. И оттуда я черпаю и идеи, и какие-то направления для разговора. В общем, тоже подписывайтесь. Значит, раз в неделю у меня на канале на YouTube проходят стримы. Это встречи с вами, с читателями, на которых я рассказываю что-то. Вы задаете вопросы, комментарии. Таким образом, мы с вами общаемся. Так сказать, замена личного общения, потому что все мы находимся в разных странах. И с личным общением нынче не очень. Продолжительность стримов 1,5 часа. Я стараюсь не делать их сильно больше. Так что, если вы любите более короткие форматы, то welcome в мою рубрику «Видео» на моем канале. Там более сжатые и не конкретные, концентрированные видео, ролики по разным темам. Здесь же на стриме я стараюсь дать полную картину, раскрыть контекст, пообщаться с вами, поэтому 1,5 часа. Сегодня стрим тематический, как, в общем, часто у меня в последнее время, а именно посвящен одной работе, которую мы обсуждали в самом конце прошлого года, и она вызвала очень бурные дискуссии, как в Телеграме, так и у меня в Фейсбуке, а именно работа вышла в Science, и посвящена она анализу того, как выращивают таланты. Что нужно для того, чтобы вырастить талант, а именно всегда ли юные таланты, которые с младенчества занимаются чем-то, неважно, спортом, шахматами, музыкой, искусствами какими-то и так далее, может быть, научные кружки какие-нибудь ходят и блещут, так сказать, там достижениями на олимпиадах различных международных, вырастают ли из них таланты? И кто эти таланты, то есть люди, которые стали талантами, уже действительно добились больших успехов во всех этих областях во взрослом возрасте, те ли это дети, которые с молодых ногтей занимались чем-то очень долго и упорно много лет, или это другие люди? И дискуссия эта работа по понятным причинам вызвала, потому что в ней показано, что да, это другие люди. Что те люди, которые становятся топ-перформерами во взрослом возрасте, то есть олимпийские чемпионы, нобелевские лауреаты, самые известные выдающиеся музыканты и так далее, это практически никогда или очень редко те же самые люди, которые были юными звездочками, блистали на детских конкурсах музыкальных, международных олимпиадах, спортивных соревнованиях и так далее. Ясное дело, что это здорово расходится с тем, как мы видим этот процесс, с тем, как родители пытаются помочь детям достичь большего успеха, а именно отдать их в кружки как можно раньше, потому что, невозможно же добиться успеха, если ты не работаешь много, не нарабатываешь огромное количество часов практики, навыков, умения справляться с какими-то сложностями, делать какие-то разные, трюки, движения телом, если вы спортсмен, отрабатывать мелкую моторику пальцев, если вы музыкант и так далее. Более того, это видение расходится не только с видением родителей, но и с видением институтов по поиску и отбору талантов и созданию собственной элиты. Спецшколы, спортивные секции, музыкальные школы, какие-то, я не знаю, театральные кружки. очень часто они как раз ищут юных талантов, отбирают их и дальше начинают с ними заниматься как не в себя. Сразу оговорюсь, что в Европе этот тренд почти ушел. В Европе довольно сложно сейчас найти кружок, в котором вообще хоть что-то бы серьезное бы делали с детьми, как я писала в посте в Телеграме на эту тему. В основном все кружки 2 притопа, 3 прихлопа. То есть реально дети не делают ничего, и там они занимаются несколько лет и умеют то, что, ну, вообще говоря, по-хорошему в нашем советском детстве мы бы научились за полгода-год. Ну, кроме шуток, так и есть. И вторая категория — это все-таки вот эти кружки профессиональные, то есть это уже не кружки, а настоящие спортивные школы, например, да, где уже готовят профессиональных спортсменов. Но в России и вообще на постсоветском пространстве, а также много где в Азии, все еще сохраняется вот этот тренд, который был до этого, на отбор и поиск талантов, и кружки, и это серьезно. То есть если дети занимаются в кружках, то предполагается, что они реально занимаются, что там какая-то серьезная нагрузка, там занятия 3 раза в неделю. Ну, то есть их упражняют как раз для того, чтобы они проявили свои скиллы настолько, чтобы можно было понять, кого из этих детей можно отбирать и двигать дальше уже, я не знаю, в школу Олимпийского резерва или музыкальные какие-то конкурсы, международные олимпиады, не знаю, какие-то суперсоревнования по танцам и так далее, а ну, кого нет, и те обычно отваливаются, ну, потому что никому не охота чувствовать себя с полным отстоем, вокруг такие все таланты, а ты такой не пойми чего, и дети отсюда уходят. То есть этот тренд сохраняется в части стран. Ну вот, сегодня давайте мы это все и обсудим. Значит, во-первых, обсудим саму статью, что там конкретно показали, потому что в обсуждении люди там выдвигали гипотезы, которые в статье опровергнуты или, наоборот, подтверждены, ну, потому что авторы тоже об этом подумали. Вот мы сейчас разберем более подробно, что было сделано в статье, какова у них была методика, разберем, к чему они, собственно, пришли, объяснение, почему это так, почему юные таланты, те, которые с детства демонстрировали выдающиеся способности в какой-то области, редко становятся взрослыми же талантами, такими самыми выдающимися. И последняя часть стрима мы поговорим о том, что способствует, если не ранее вот такое вот развитие кружки и школы, а что, какие факторы способствуют выращиванию успешных людей. Я для вас провела ресерч по статьям, статей таких много. Естественно, все пытаются понять, что является предиктором успеха, и для того, чтобы вытащить эти факторы, каким-то образом попытаться их массово внедрять, например, чтобы лучше отбирать будущую элиту, или помочь людям самим добиваться успеха, если понимать, в какую сторону надо двигаться. Вот. По технике стрим можно задавать вопросы, нужно задавать вопросы, поэтому, собственно, и стрим. Для того, чтобы я его увидела, пишите большими буквами слово «вопрос» или ставьте эмодзи вопроса, иначе теряется в потоке сообщений ваш вопрос, и я его не вижу. Да, еще важно поставить, пожалуйста, лайк этой трансляции. Это правда важно, особенно первая трансляция после перерыва, чтобы YouTube лучше ее показывал. И мне хорошо, и вам хорошо, и всем хорошо. Поставьте, пожалуйста, лайк. Еще лучше подпишитесь на канал, еще лучше станьте спонсором канала. Ну, потому что мир материален, все материально. И деньги тоже материальны и очень важны. Вот как раз, прежде чем, собственно, перейти к разбору статьи, вижу вопрос. Давайте я его прочту и перейдем к статье про талант. Все таланты поэты-музыканты. Так, вопрос. 2 одинаковых вундеркинда, но первый в опеке родителей, второй продукт улицы. Расскажите про эпигенетику в этом аспекте. Ну, это вообще вопрос не совсем по теме стрима. Эпигенетику талантов, именно да еще вот таких вот один с улицы, никто, конечно, не изучал, но сразу вам маленький спойлер. Вот этот вот популярный миф, популярный стереотип, что талант, вот он сам себе найдет дорогу, всегда пробьется, что вот они часто с улицы, а вовсе не из элитных школ. Во второй части стрима, ближе к концу, подробно про это поговорим. Мне тоже было это интересно, я провела ресерч по статьям. Это миф. Поверьте, большинство талантов не с улицы берутся. С улицы берутся редкие самородки, которые действительно, да, наверное, настолько у них удачное сочетание даже не эпигенетики, а генетики, что у них и воля, сила воли, и внутренняя мотивация ужасно сильна, и они талантливы в разных областях, и они харизматичны, поэтому они смогли пробиться, несмотря на отсутствие связей изначально и семьи, которая бы их пробивала. Ну, то есть это настолько вот редкое сочетание генов, настолько редко выпадают такие кости на игральном столе, что можно, конечно, их изучать, собственно, их все изучают, они так ярко светят, они пишут книги, про них пишут книги, биографии, что кажется, что это ролевая модель, это исключение, это классическая ошибка выжившего. Такие люди, поэтому интересно почитать, посмотреть фильм про них, биографию таких людей почитать, так сказать, их творческий путь, изучить наследие. Но важно понимать, что статистика неумолима — это исключение. Абсолютное большинство талантов берутся не с улицы, поверьте, и слово «элитные университеты», увы и ах. В случае талантов, да. Хорошие школы, хорошие университеты. Да, их роль больше, чем нам кажется, но меньше, чем думают многие. Итак, значит, заканчиваем это введение про то, что мы будем говорить, про что мы стрим. И давайте перейдем, собственно, к статье. Что это такая статья? Значит, статья — это аналитический обзор, не эксперимент, то есть ученые взяли очень большое количество статей про это, про талантов, про юных талантов, про талантов во взрослом возрасте, топ-перформеров. Не будем говорить слово «талант», будем говорить слово «топ-перформер», потому что это не синонимы. Можно быть талантом, но никогда не стать топ-перформером, потому что вы совсем не занимались, а можно быть умеренных способностей, но много прикладывать усилий и, в общем, стать очень неплохим в том, чем вы занимаетесь. Обычно хорошо, когда это другое есть, когда много занимаетесь талант, но это не синоним. Значит, они взяли вот все эти статьи и посмотрели, как же формируется вот этот высший уровень человеческих достижений. Значит, вопросом этим задавались люди давно, то есть как нам сформировать таланты, как я уже сказала, чтобы поменять и самим использовать эти наработки. Но ответа до сих пор никакого внятного нет. Значит, но, тем не менее, до сих пор много где отсюда все эти школы доминировала парадигма, что важны ранние показатели, что те, кто талантливы в детстве, это те, с кем стоит работать, кого нужно взять в оборот и дальше тренировать специально для того, чтобы из них сделать элиту и суперэлиту общества. Элиту не в смысле, да, олигархи, яхты и так далее, хотя это тоже элиту во всех направлениях: спорт, искусство, наука, везде. Значит, почему это еще важно? Потому что чем раньше начинается специализация, тем раньше вы начинаете прицельно тренировать определенные навыки, да, в котором у вас талант обнаружился в детстве, тем лучше, потому что тем больше часов этой самой целенаправленной практики вы наработаете, соответственно, тем выше будет ваш уровень. И это история универсальная. Это третий столб этой парадигмы, что шахматы ли это, спорт ли это, музыка, наука, вот везде вот так надо. Начать рано, много и упорно тренироваться, и тогда ты добьешься успеха. Значит, что сразу я скажу, потом просто это действительно так для детского спорта и вообще детских занятий. Это действительно правда, если мы говорим про юных талантов, про детей, которые стали звездами в раннем возрасте, это все так. Чем раньше начали, чем больше внимания уделяли практике, тем лучше результат. Кроме того, это так для субэлитных исполнителей во всех областях, то есть для людей, которые не являются топ-перформерами, но являются очень хорошими специалистами в своих областях. Неважно, это спорт, это музыка, танцы, шахматы, все что угодно. Вот то есть важно понимать, что в этой работе не сравнивали обычных людей и топ-перформеров. В этой работе сравнивали вот эту субэлиту, то есть очень хороших специалистов, условно спортсменов национального уровня, не дворовая сборная, а спортсмены национального уровня и абсолютно все. То есть сравнивали тех, кто высоко поднялся, и суперэлиту. То есть тут важно понимать, что мы не сравниваем с общей популяцией. И для того, чтобы первый абсолютный постулат, который, если вы думаете, что я скажу, вообще не нужно ранее развитие, не надо ничего делать, тренироваться, талант пробьет себе дорогу и вообще засияет, несмотря ни на что, нет, это не так, точка. Что для того, чтобы хотя бы стать национальным спортсменом национального уровня, да, надо начать раньше, да, надо много работать. А вот как бы перейти вот в эту самую высшую категорию, топ-перформеры, вот тут все не так сложно. Значит, не так просто. Значит, очень парадигма это была, соответственно, на основании парадигмы у нас была система спецшкол, отбор как можно более ранний лучших детей. Дальше усиленная специализация. Ну, не знаю, у меня были одноклассницы, которые занимались параллельно в спецшколах, в спортшколах в основном. Ну, понятно, они там по остаточному принципу уже что-то учили, потому что все их силы уходили на то, чтобы развиваться, например, в спорте. Ну или международные олимпиады, да, когда международники забивают на все предметы и только на свои целевые ездят. Ну, надеюсь, что они займут какие-то места, там поступят в вуз без необходимости сдавать, там, не знаю, математику, если они там в биологический вуз поступают. То есть очень-очень узкая специализация. Значит, авторы задаются вопросом, действительно ли это так? Действительно ли это правильная стратегия? Действительно ли вот эти юные топ-перформеры потом станут самыми великими спортсменами, шахматистами и так далее? Ну, мы уже сказали нет. Давайте разберем поподробнее, почему нет. Значит, чтобы вы понимали, что это большая работа, 19 крупных датасетов они использовали, всего 35 тысяч взрослых исполнителей топ-уровня в спорте, шахматах, науке, классической музыке. И еще они использовали прокси-анализ, мы по нему поговорим чуть поподробнее. То есть они смотрели, ну, условно, талантливых деток, и которые в своих доменах добились высоких доходов. Там я подробнее расскажу про этот прокси, потому что да, как ни крути, как бы мерилом успеха все равно являются деньги, хоть и не 100%, но тем не менее это важный индикатор. И они его тоже отдельно рассмотрели. Значит, что они показали быстренько по цифрам? Значит, спортсмены. Значит, всего они смотрели 50 тысяч спортсменов, там были, значит, международные призеры 3000, все, значит, во всех олимпийских видах спорта. В общем, большой датасет, хороший, нормальные выборки. Что они показали? 82% элитных юниоров, то есть те, кто были юными звездочками, не достигают такого же уровня во взрослом возрасте. И 72% с другой стороны элитных спортсменов взрослого возраста не были элитой в юности. То есть эти когорты практически не совпадают. То есть примерно 90, если посчитать, да, строго 90% элиты среди молодежи спортсменов и элиты среди взрослых спортсменов — это разные люди. 90% это разные люди. То есть просто, чтобы вы понимали, что это не какое-то пересечение. Нет, это просто разные когорты. Значит, дальше шахматы. Ну, такая отдельная категория немножко, вроде и спорт, вроде интеллектуальная игра, но, в общем, ее рассматривают отдельно. Она еще удобна тем в шахматы, что там есть очень удобный рейтинг YELLO. Это такая стандартная числовая система оценки мастерства, да, силы шахматиста, которая показывает, насколько хорошо игрок выступает по сравнению с другими игроками. И этот рейтинг YELLO пересчитывается после каждой партии. То есть, если ты проиграл более слабому, он сильно падает. Если ты выиграл у более сильного, он сильно растет. И этот рейтинг YELLO используется Международной шахматной федерацией ФИДЕ. Соответственно, очень удобно, да, очень удобная метрика, которая позволяет сравнивать всех спортсменов, причем на протяжении всей их карьеры. Потому что этот рейтинг, соответственно, изменяется на протяжении карьеры. Как я посмотрела, что за рейтинг, я не очень в шахматах, на самом деле, никогда мне не были интересны шахматы. Вот. Интересно, что рейтинг этот придумал Арпад YELLO, венгерский американский физик и шахматный энтузиаст. То есть он математическую систему разработал, которая позволяет объективно оценивать силу шахматистов. То есть, так сказать, рейтинг серьезный, серьезная база под ним есть, и его используют и в других настольных играх, например, в Го, в шашках и так далее, в киберспорте, во всех онлайн-играх, во многих спортивных соревнованиях, типа хоккейных, там, рейтинги сборных и так далее. Кроме того, например, ИИ тоже используют подобного рода YELLO, подобные рейтинги для сравнения, например, моделей, да, друг с другом сравнивают их. В общем, полезный рейтинг, так что в шахматах все на самом деле серьезно. И, значит, что же удобно, хорошая метрика, значит, можно доверять данным. Что показал анализ данных по шахматам? Что топ-10 игроков мира в возрасте до 14 лет, да, сразу вспоминаем все эти смешные видео с Дианой Беленькой, да, и юными талантами, с которыми она, значит, играет в турнирах. Значит, топ-10 игроков мировых до 14 лет в возрасте и топ-10 взрослых мировых игроков. Они составляли совпадение в этих сборках 10-12%. Топ-3 то же самое. То есть только 10% пересечения. То есть буквально 1 из 10, да, юных талантов стал взрослым талантом и попал в топ-10 рейтинга шахматистов во взрослом возрасте, если он был в топ-10 ребенком. То есть тоже, не понимаю, да, 10% это низкая очень вероятность. Сейчас я посмотрю быстренько вопросы, потому что Так, утверждение, не вопрос, а утверждение. Артист балета сам очень редко, почти никогда так не бывает, что человек добился выдающихся результатов, не работая с детства. Мы про это дальше поговорим. Я специально отдельно на этом заострю внимание. Нет, эта работа не показывает, что не надо работать в детстве. Как я уже сказала, для спорта, например, просто невозможно достичь никаких результатов во многих видах спорта, если вы не начали с детства. Но долгая долбежка с детства не гарантия успеха. Более того, посмотрите, звезды детского спорта, например, да, вы только что сказали, это на 90% не те же люди, что звезды взрослого спорта. Кто не говорит, что не надо работать. Говорит о том, что если вы будете звездой в детстве, это не гарантия, а скорее наоборот, того, что будете звездой во взрослом возрасте. Так, значит, шахматы и спорт, почему мы с них начали? Потому что их относительно просто сравнивать. Там хорошие метрики, хорошие способы сравнивать, очевидные показатели, которые можно использовать. Или кило. Давайте посмотрим, интересно сравнить там научных критериев. Как там сравнивать? Там довольно сложно, потому что и в других профессиях, предприниматель, не знаю, еще какая-то бизнесмен, там нет таких прямых рейтингов. Нет никаких детских юбилеатов там или юниорских профессоров. Таких категорий у нас не существует. Поэтому авторы статьи используют прокси-показатели, то есть косвенные, но при этом измеримые маркеры раннего потенциала и потом позднего карьерного успеха. Значит, в качестве ранних потенциалов они используют то, что можно измерить. То есть попадание в топ-1% по когнитивным тестам, тесты IQ и другие тесты, их больше одного, и другие стандартизированные оценки интеллектуальных возможностей. Да, и опять же, эти тесты есть разные, в разных доменах, там теоретические, тем не менее, они есть, и там можно померить. Можно долго ругаться на IQ, и многие любят это делать, но вообще говоря, не так он и плохо. Потому что, как минимум, мы знаем, что IQ коррелирует с другими показателями когнитивной способности, интеграция хорошая. Да, он там немножко более смещен в геометрию или в слова, например. То есть, например, на другом языке вы не можете пройти этот тест, если вы билингв, у вас могут быть хуже результаты. Но это в частности. На самом деле не такой это плохой результат. Так же, как на МТ тоже любят гнать, а на самом деле не такая уж и плохая метрика. Кроме того, как я говорю, IQ хорошо коррелирует с другими методами, и именно этим авторы и воспользовались, и использовали эти результаты этих тестов, взяли топ-1% детей, которые, значит, самые лучшие результаты показывали, и взяли этих детей как вот маркеры звездочки в детстве, то есть те самые суперталантливые вундеркинды, которые показывают такие выдающиеся результаты в детстве. Значит, в качестве поздних показателей карьерного успеха они взяли доход. Топ-5% по доходу. Понятно, что да, деньги не всегда коррелируют с успехом, да, вы, может, вообще там банк ограбили, не знаю, и преступник какой-нибудь, или вам наследство досталось. Понятно, они таких исключали, но тем не менее, что в современном мире, в котором успех оценивается все-таки в конце концов по итогу именно финансовой состоятельностью, это можно использовать как прокси-маркер. Ясно, что он не очевиден. Например, куча там, я не знаю, например, в постсоветских странах многие гуманитарные выдающиеся люди никогда не заработали никакого богатства, безусловно. Но мы не можем померить все, но кое-что мы померить можем. И мы можем сказать, что люди, которые добились какого-то хороших доходов в западных системах, нацеленных на увеличение вашего дохода в зависимости от того, как высоко вы поднимаетесь, то есть как высоко ваше влияние, это можно использовать как прокси. Не самый лучший, безусловно, но, тем не менее, другого нет, надо же как-то померить. То есть, условно, есть же вот это убеждение, да, что самые умные потом станут миллионерами, создадут супер-пупер классные компании, станут вообще Илонами Масками. Вот они это, собственно, напрямую проверяли. Маленький спойлер, это уже до этого проверяли много раз, и нет там корреляции. Но и здесь тоже они ее не обнаружили. Значит, то есть они подтвердили результаты, только еще более такой, так сказать, поразительный результат. Они получили пересечение по этим группам. Насколько топ-1% детей, которые были лучше всех остальных детей в когнитивных тестах в детстве, входят в топ-5% людей, которые зарабатывают больше всего денег. Можете сейчас, вот пока я рассказываю, подумать про себя, цифру, да? Вот я сказала, сколько детей, которые были топ-1% по когнитивным тестам в детстве, попали в топ-5% по доходам 1%. примерно 1% совпадения между этими группами. То есть 99% людей, которые в детстве были супер-пупер самыми умными, лучше всех, результаты самые лучшие показывали по тестам на когнитивные способности, не оказываются в верхушке распределения доходов во взрослом возрасте. Очень похожие результаты, хотя и не настолько шокирующие, были получены для других образовательных прокси, а именно они смотрели, значит, помимо топ-1% по когнитивным тестам, выпускники элитных школ, выпускники элитных университетов. Там ситуация не совсем такая. Как я уже сказала, слова элитный вуз и элитная школа у нас еще будут встречаться. Совпадение между теми, кто учился в элитных школах, и тем, кто попал в топ-5% по доходам, 8% и 15% для элитных вузов. То есть 15% тех, кто учился, детей, которые попали в элитные вузы, попали в топ-5 распределения. И 8% тех, кто учился в спецшколах. И это уже на самом деле более интересная зависимость. Мы ее, если успеем, разберем в конце, которая показывает, что выпускники определенных университетов и определенных школ перепредставлены в элите. То есть, увы и ах, попадание в определенные университеты сильно коррелирует с потом доходы. Но вот здесь, да, 15, то есть 85%, пардон, это не выпускники элитных вузов, университетов, но тут надо смотреть на конкретные дальше отрасли. Если смотреть по отраслям, там и 40, и больше процентов. Политики, так и вообще. Поэтому, если с тестами на умственные способности в детстве все однозначно, только 1% из тех, кто там самые-самые лучшие результаты показывал, становятся самыми богатыми людьми, по элитным университетам все не так однозначно, как принято говорить. Так, сейчас я посмотрю, что у вас за вопросы. Гениев так мало, потому что большинство из братов, они называемые обществом вегетарианцев. Ну, это какая-то выдуманная реальность. Гениев действительно мало, но не потому, что их кто-то там убивает камнями. И мы говорим не про гений. Гений здесь вообще не фигурирует в этой статье. Это топ-перформер, это не гений. Вот. Значит, есть ограничения у этого подхода, ладно, пропустим, но, тем не менее, вот они это обсуждают честно, авторы в статье, значит, какие ограничения этого прокси-подхода, ну вот просто, чтобы вы знали, что, значит, самый умный не означает самый успешный и богатый в будущем. Дальше, это мы посмотрели академические показатели, карьерные просто, музыка. С музыкой там нет точных процентов, там нет такого рейтинга, как в шахматах, например. Нет никаких абсолютно универсальных методик, но они смотрели, более того, у детей и у взрослых эти методики разные. Если по детям чуть-чуть проще, потому что там есть детские конкурсы, можно посмотреть, да, кто побеждал на этих детских конкурсах, но там разные вещи оцениваются, да, на детском конкурсе оценивается в основном техника, точность, насколько сложную может мальчик и девочка исполнить, да, композицию в своем возрасте. Во взрослом возрасте оценивается уже другое, то есть художественная интерпретация, репертуар, а дальше уже совсем сложно оценимые вещи, устойчивость карьеры, не знаю, в каких оркестрах человек играл или был дирижером, где признание институциональное, то есть среди коллег, то есть там немножко сложнее все это сравнить. Это все, то есть сложная совокупность признаков, и авторы смотрят на проспективные и ретроспективные исследования карьер музыкантов, то есть опять-таки смотрят, да, насколько этот человек, ну, совокупно успешен музыкант, да, то есть играет в каких-то престижных оркестрах, выступает в престижных театрах, дирижирует, да, престижными оркестрами и так далее. И сравнивают этих людей, то есть успешных музыкантов, признанных лауреатами престижных детских и юношеских конкурсов, и участников, учеников, точнее, элитных школ и консерваторий. И здесь они получают ровно такой же вывод. Значительная часть тех, кто побеждал на детских конкурсах, не становится ведущими, концертирующими музыкантами, вообще уходят из профессии часто, либо остаются на уровне преподавания в консерватории, например, или в той же самой школе, или на уровне каком-то, на локальном уровне, ну, например, да? Это очень известный музыкант, но выше он не поднимается. Опять в Телеграме у меня это много обсуждалось, в Ютубе тоже. А вот как же вот называется, явно люди любят музыку, называют некую фамилию какого-то вида дарования, который там вот кем-то там стал тоже известным музыкантом в взрослом возрасте, и это ошибка выжившего, точно так же. Статистика неумолима. Таких людей меньшинство. Абсолютное большинство — это другие люди. То есть те, кто был звездами детских конкурсов, и те, кто стал звездой во взрослом возрасте, и это разные Люди. Значит, да, и опять же, если посмотреть с другой стороны, то есть если посмотреть на взрослых супер-пупер классных признанных музыкантов, большинство из них не были вундеркиндами в детском возрасте, они были очень хороши. То есть нет, они не были, такого тоже не было. Вот известный миф, что Эйнштейн был троечником. Нет, не был. И музыканты, которые стали самыми известными, нет, они не были плохими в детстве. Они были хороши, они были весьма хороши, но они не выигрывали ключевые детские конкурсы. Может быть, они были лауреатами, да, ну, в смысле, поднимались на какие-то призовые места, но они не выигрывали их полностью, и их развитие шло, то есть, более постепенно. То есть надо понимать, вспоминаем, мы сравниваем не обычную популяцию с топ-перформерами, а топ-перформеры и следующие за ними. То есть тоже очень хорошие специалисты, но чуть пониже в достижениях. Значит, идем дальше. Промежуточный вывод какой? Значит, элита, детская элита, взрослая, это в основном разные люди, иногда абсолютно разные люди, да, как вот по прокси 1% совпадения между когнитивными тестами в детстве и доходами во взрослом возрасте. В других ситуациях порядка, например, 10-12% совпадения, ну, что касается спорта или шахмат. Значит, что важно? Важно, что этот эффект воспроизводится в таких далеких друг от друга и непохожих дисциплинах, как спорт, ну, спорт физический, шахматы, музыка, наука. Это говорит о том, что этот паттерн является универсальным. И второе, эффект сам по себе слишком велик для того, чтобы считаться статистической какой-то операцией, статистическим шумом. Ну, 10%, да, не совпадение, 90% не совпадение, это многовато для статистической ошибки. Если бы там 50, 40, 30, ну, не знаю, ну, то есть то ли да, то ли нет, но здесь мы видим настолько значимую разницу, что невозможно говорить о том, что этот эффект нам показался или как-то вот статистически так авторы обработали данные, что этот эффект увидели. Нет. Этот эффект реален. Значит, что дальше у меня? Я смотрю на свои заметки. Продолжим историю про Эйнштейна-троечника. Там они тоже отдельно ее рассмотрели более подробно. То есть, а вот эти люди, которые стали звездами во взрослом возрасте, какими они были в детстве? То есть мы все-таки хотим понять, а как нам увидеть этих будущих супер-топ-перформеров? Чем, ну, как бы есть у них какие-то отличительные признаки? Как вот эта идея, да, что был двоечником, троечником, а потом стал звездой. Нет, это не так. Статистика нам говорит, что нет, это не так, что будущие чемпионы мира, олимпийские чемпионы в подростковом возрасте были очень хороши, они не были совсем плохими, но выступали в среднем хуже, чем их конкуренты, которые потом остались только на национальном уровне и не поднялись до уровня международных соревнований, до уровня сборных стран. То есть они участвовали в конкурсах, это не, опять же, не дворовая сборная по игре в хоккей. То есть это как уже более-менее профессиональный уровень, но это те, кто вот не побеждал регулярно в каких-то соревнованиях. Но для тех, кто стал звездой во взрослом возрасте, характерен более постепенный прогресс. То есть вот эти звезды, они блистали уже в очень раннем возрасте, они были очень талантливыми прямо в раннем детстве. Те, кто, но они так и остались вот как бы, они быстрее, так сказать, достигли вот этого своего топового уровня, и дальше они уже не поднимаются. А те, кто потом станет мировыми звездами, демонстрируют другой паттерн. Они тоже нормально, то есть у них есть успехи, они постепенно двигаются, но прогресс медленный. И нет вот этой вот ранней звездности, ранних побед. Они выступают хуже многих своих других конкурентов, но потом постепенно продолжают идти, наращивать уровень, а те останавливаются. Значит, шахматы. Значит, да, шахматы еще более интересная разница по этому уровню Yellow. Значит, если сравнивают вот этих вот игроков, которые стабильно входят в топ-3 мира во взрослом возрасте, и игроки, которые в топ там, с 4 по 10 место занимают, то во взрослом возрасте, значит, на пике их успеха разница в этом вот рейтинге Yellow, про который мы говорили, составляет с другими спортсменами плюс 48 баллов в пользу топ-3 перформеров. И эти же люди в возрасте 14 лет в среднем имели минус 62 балла Yellow по сравнению с игроками, которые в будущем займут места в этом рейтинге с 4 по 10. То есть топ-3 в возрасте 14 лет на 62 балла хуже по этому рейтингу Yellow демонстрировали оценку, чем те, кто потом остался позади. То есть люди, которые занимают сейчас во взрослом возрасте с 4 по 10 места, когда им было 14, были намного лучше. На 62 балла в среднем у них было больше, чем у тех, кто потом стабильно становился топ-3 в мире. То есть мы видим вот такую тенденцию. То есть, но вы понимаете, да, что мы сравниваем, значит, суперперформеров с теми, кто прямо за ними. То есть те, кто станет тут суперперформеры, хороши. Они не то, что у них совсем ничего не получается. Они хороши, они там стабильно идут, они выигрывают какие-то локальные конкурсы, но не дотягивают вот до этих юных звезд. И разница может быть значительной, но они... Нет вот такого, что был двоечником или троечником, потом стал невероятным, значит, чемпионом мира или олимпийским чемпионом. Такого нет, вот это важно понимать.
One of the honestly most confusing takes I see all the time is that politics in Star Wars used to be this different universal thing, where there were broad principles rather than any quote in-your-face contemporary references to events, issues, or people. George Lucas is many things, but subtle is not one of those, and outspoken about his beliefs very much is. So we're going to be looking through the prequel, starting today with The Phantom Menace, at some of the biggest references to those issues, peoples, and events which were very obvious at the time, though which may be less obvious in retrospect, particularly to people who were younger and less aware of what George and others involved in making the trilogy may have been getting at. Because
How you doing, guys? So the previews for the upcoming Genshin patch is out, and I can tell you, you should be very excited to farm the new artifact set. Now there is a new Luna set, but today we're going to focus on this Hexarise set. So what does it do? The 2-piece is 18% attack, which is very nice for most Hexarise characters because they scale off of attack. And then the 4-piece, when you basically just do any attack on an opponent, you get 25% attack increase. Now considering you're probably using mixed sets on a lot of these Hexarise
Okay, time to launch Genshin. Since I closed Xenos already. After something of yours hits an opponent, gain a blessing of pastoral wind's effect for 6 seconds. Attack is increased by 25%. Crit rate plus 20%. %20 crit rate, 43% attack. It's fine. The set is lunar reaction damage increased by 60% or so.
Looks like Durin's woken up. Let's go see how he's doing.
Letter? There is no letter here. That's also not letter.
What? When you're high up, everyone can hear your... Better see progress in your Add Astra...
Probably should go there, since it's been a while. Yep.
This realm is...
Oof.
If you ever... You know what my problem is. It's that I have to put on a literal mask and imagine I'm someone else, or else I can't get into the fight.
avoid being myself, I guess. And if I want to conquer that, I have to learn how to control my strength and fine-tune every movement. The same care and attention as when I'm weighing fruit on a scale. Only then will I be able to fight with intent and precision, and fight as myself. Since we're on the topic, I mean, you have God-tier strength, but you seem to have it completely under control. Whatever the situation, you always use just the right amount of force. No less and no more than necessary. So, you're my hero. Can you teach me how to do what you do?
You're literally more useful than Traveler. Also, I feel like I don't want to do the quest today. Maybe tomorrow. I still have the time. 4 days here. Bunch of days here.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Turn or farm or...
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
How you doing, guys? So the previews for the upcoming Genshin patch is out, and I can tell you, you should be very excited to farm the new artifact set. Now there is a new Lunar set, but today we're going to focus on this Hexarise set. So what does it do? The 2-piece is 18% attack, which is very nice for most Hexarise characters because they...
Really?
How you doing, guys? So the previews for the upcoming... How you doing, guys? So the previews for the upcoming Genshin patch is out, and I can tell you, you should be very excited to farm the new artifact set. Now there is a new Lunar set, but today we're going to focus on this Hexarise set. So what does it do? The 2-piece is 18% attack, which is very nice for most Hexarise characters because they scale off of attack. And then the 4-piece, when you basically just do any attack on an opponent, you get 25% attack increase. Now, considering you're probably using mixed sets on a lot of these Hexarise characters, the 25% attack from that is already more than a 2-piece. So that's already basically an upgrade. But on top of that, if your character has completed Witch's homework, which is what's going to happen if they're a Hexarise character, just go into the Little Witch's dictionary here and make sure you've completed the homework here. And then they will have 20% extra crit rate on top of that. And it works if they're off-field or on-field. So a lot of these characters, they're basically getting 20% extra crit rate for free. This is very modern because a lot of the more recent modern DPS sets are giving you a lot of crit rate, like MH, Obsidian Codex, Knights of the Skies Unveiling. Now, compared to my predictions, which I made months ago, this set is very close. I didn't get the two-piece right. I guess it's more simple, the attack. But I did get the 20% crit rate right. I definitely wasn't expecting 30-40% crit rate. That would have been way too strong. One thing to note though is this set, unlike your Hexarite talents, it doesn't technically require you to play a Hexarite team. It just requires you to do the witch's homework. That's in comparison to a lot of the buffs you get on the older characters. So that is very nice because it means you can safely farm it as a permanent set for your character. Anyway, just to get it out of the way, is this set broken or not? Now, this set is strong, but it's not broken. Why? Because even though last patch's Hexarite buffs were very strong, and it made characters like Venti, Klee, Albedo, made these characters borderline meta, but not quite. So actually, in comparison to newer modern Nordcry and Nalan teams, it's fair that they still had quite some room to be improved. And also, one of the things we've been discussing is how, aside from the Mondstadt sub DPSs, most of the DPSs here didn't really have a proper set to use. So I can tell you now, we don't really need to worry about Vishal, Albedo, Sucrose. For sub DPSs, the Golden Troop set is already a modern level artifact set, getting like 70% damage bonus, buffing basically 100% of her damage. Similar thing with Albedo, you can get even the set being over 9-10% worse than Golden Troop. And Albedo is basically the same as Vishal, except if you did farm the Husk set, that's basically the same as Golden Troop. If not, it can even be very slightly better sometimes because the Husk set buffs all his damage. Otherwise, for most people, you just stick with Golden Troop since it was more popular. Just make sure to use a defense goblet on Albedo. And lastly, Sucrose is Sucrose. Whatever set you're using, whether it's VV or even like Deepwood Memories in a modern team, whatever you're using, it ain't gonna be the DPS set. So almost everyone at the moment is basically using a mixed set with Klee, except if you're playing her in a Farina team where you're probably using MH. Now, as I talked about in my previous video, Klee scales extremely hard with crit rate, and we're looking at an overall 16, 18, sometimes even 20% damage increase for the new set. This is massive. Remember, those of you who have been playing Klee, I'm sure you've already been pretty happy with a team like this. So making her significantly stronger arguably straight up makes her pretty meta relevant now, especially if you have her strong C1 or C2. So how long will it take you to get an upgrade? Remember, 18% is basically equivalent to 8 or 9 substats. But bear in mind, if you're using mixed sets like this by now, especially if you have got an old account, you've probably got some insane pieces, so it might still take you a few weeks to a few months to form a better set. 7 to 10 substats of an upgrade is no joke. Let's say you have a 34 substat Klee with a mixed set. That might mean all you need is a 25 substat set to start being an upgrade, which is basically you get 2 artifacts for free. Now, considering you can always transfer an off piece between sets, getting a 25, 26 substat set should not take a long time, and you can even craft a new piece if you want. It's also cool to know that the new set is basically equal to MH in Farina teams, since if you remember, we calculated Marechaussee Hunter as also around a 15-20% increase.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 19, 21, 24, 30. I suppose. It's 30. She won't have a lot.
These bombs, so heavy.
30% crit rate. That's not good. She needs a better head. Damage crit rate. Huh. That's a lot of energy recharge.
In a team like this, sometimes even slightly higher depending on how much attack you lack. But what that means is if it's equal to MH in a team like this, that gives you even more incentive to farm the new set, because you can freely decide whatever team you want to play Klee on. Do you want to play here with Farina? Do you want to play on an overload team? Whatever team you want to play on, a massive upgrade or at worst side grade. So how does this impact Klee's meta? One thing it impacts is that Klee had several options that were close to overload damage wise. You could even play Nod Cry Lunar Charge type teams with Inefa. You could even play burning teams with Emily. But a lot of these non-overload teams, they were very reliant on Klee having actual sets in these teams. Like I said, if you're playing Klee in a Farina team, a lot of that damage benefit that you get playing her with Farina was using MH. Same thing with Emily. A lot of the benefit you get by playing Emily was that Klee gets to use Unfinished Reverie, and with Inefa being able to use the new Nod Cry set. But overload teams, whether you were playing Durin or Bennett, these teams were still maybe slightly better overall, but without a set. So they were basically handicapped. But now that Klee is getting a 15 to 20% damage increase in these overload teams, it affects the meta because her overload teams now should just blast past the other teams. Another thing you might be wondering is how much does this 15-20% damage increase translate into team DPS? It depends on how much your Klee is doing compared to the rest of your team. And this is where the debate of playing Bennett versus Durin does get extremely close, since Klee does more of the team's damage share with Bennett. However, to sum it up, I can still tell you Durin will still be more recommended overall, especially if your Durin is well invested, because Durin can even use the new set. And remember, the new set, it can even work if your character is off-field. But let's talk about Durin. Now for off-field Durin, here are some of the calcs I have. And overall, you might notice that the team damage wise with C0 Klee, all the set variations are basically the same. So Durin doesn't necessarily benefit from the new set existing as an off-fielder, because in teams with 3 damage dealers, you do benefit quite a lot by having a lot of buffs going around. Now I know a lot of people have been using Noblesse on him because it buffs the team a lot. However, in a lot of teams you do use his burst early, which means the uptime on your attack burst can be pretty poor, which is why Noblesse isn't essential in a lot of teams. As such, as a general recommendation, I would say it's worth getting him off Noblesse, because it will make your teams more flexible. You can use Durin whenever you want. But with both buffing sets, Klee's damage in a calc is about 4% higher. So if you have Klee's constellations, the older sets will probably scale better with investment. But that also depends on your Durin investment. Do you have his weapon? Maybe you have an early constellation. So judge accordingly. I would say you can't go wrong with any of these. Now when it comes to Durin on field, I think most people will be interested in seeing how it compares with MH in Farina teams. because a team like this is probably how you're playing him. And it's similar to Klee. The new set will be pretty much a side grade, maybe even a downgrade for a while because you've been farming MH for a while. Honestly, unfortunately, I know a lot of people have been having issues playing Durin on field because it's a bit scuffed, trying not to get staggered, and maybe you miss some vapes, and Durin's uptime and Bennett's burst can be pretty low. So I know most people stick to playing him off field, and without Bennett's burst you're not getting those pyro infused basic attacks. But if you are playing Durin on field, generally speaking, the new set isn't gonna be much more DPS than MH, because MH already does give modern levels of crit rate. However, this is just looking at things in a vacuum, because MH gives 36% crit rate and the new set only gives 20. It has less of its power budget in crit rate, which can make this set more viable long term, because with MH and 5-star weapons like Jade Cutter or whatever you're using, you're probably close to overcapping on crit rate with Durin, which can make it difficult to have an insane build. And honestly, I also just recommend farming it overall for Durin, because similar to Klee, it is a one-stop shop artifact set. You farm this set for Durin and it will work whether you're playing him on field or off field. I should also say though, if you do farm it, you're also not as reliant on Farina. Maybe you can do stuff like this and get more consistent vapes with Durin. Now let's move on to Mona, because Mona is also interesting. It does depend how exactly you're playing her. If you're playing Mona at lower constellations or in more of a driver role to let Durin vape instead, maybe in a playstyle more like this, where you use darkness mode Durin, and then you apply Hydro to let Durin get as much damage as possible. Something like this, then you can actually still keep Mona on Noblesse, to be honest. And that's because you're going to want to min-max your Durin's buffs. You'll give Durin the new set to maximize his damage, but then you've got room to give Bennett Instructor instead of Noblesse. Shilonin can use the Scroll set, but maybe you're not playing Shilonin. Maybe you're playing Farina. Well, Farina can still use the Tenacity set. If you're playing neither of them, you're playing Sucrose. Sucrose can still use Vivi. So you can keep Mona on to still buff Durin as much as possible. Now, however, if you're a Giga Chad and maybe you've got C6 Mona, unlike me, and you're using Durin to vape your Mona's damage, then there's a very big chance Mona is getting a big buff. Now, just some rough calcs, for example, I've got the new set compared to a random mix set. 16% increase, so basically the same thing as Klee, and that makes sense because the new set will actually buff all of Mona's damage, especially in comparison to older sets like Heart of Depth, which this actually doesn't buff Mona's burst. I also want to talk about Nymph's Dream. I'm actually getting quite underperforming. You might be surprised with that, but the thing is with Nymph's Dream is theoretically it does have some nice buffs. Gives you the same attack as the new set, but it gives you Hydro damage instead of crit. The problem with this is as some of you guys may already know, when buffs require you to hit in order to get those buffs, the hit that you do to get that doesn't actually get the buff. So sets like this requiring several different hits to get multiple layers of stacks, it does mean Mona has several hits that just don't have that many buffs. So, and then you either have to spend time doing a setup or you have to just sacrifice some of the damage. And unfortunately, Mona isn't a bow character like Child or Venti who can stack up her buffs super quickly. If you want to do a charge attack, very slow. Also, another thing about Heart of Depth set is Mona is very oversaturated on damage percent buffs. Omen gives a lot of damage bonus. She also has this Hydro damage bonus conversion here. A lot of your teammates like Shilonin, Farina also getting a ton of damage percent. Mona will just have so much damage percent in these teams that in my calcs, Heart of Depth here giving 30% extra to normals and charges, that isn't not even that much of an increase, and then you're losing damage on the burst. That's why it's just kind of mid, on top of it just being an older set. So definitely farm the newer set. There's no need to talk about Drazer because he's going to be very similar to Klee and Durin, where it's a very nice upgrade. But the last character I'm going to talk about is Venti. And the reason I've put Venti here is because technically you can already use an unpopular set on him, which is that even though most players are probably using a random mix set on Venti, if you are a Wanderer player or maybe you were farming for Kokomi back in the day, you might have been using Desert Pavilion Chronicle on Venti. and this, although it didn't buff his burst, it gives a lot of buffs to his normals, and it even gives you attack speed. Now because of that, even though the new set does buff his burst, it's not really much better theoretically than Desert Pavilion. But not only does very few people have Desert Pavilion, but because you need to do a charge attack on Desert Pavilion, because whenever you switch to Venti, you have to make sure to do that aim shot. At least
Okay. I see. Because it's fucking bad. Yeah. Looks like it's going to be the set that I'm going to farm a lot now.
you don't have to charge fully, but you still have to do an aim shot there before you start attacking on Venti. But one issue with the new Rising Wind set is if using a crit rate weapon. Like for example, I'm using Skyward Harp. It's very easy if you're using a crit rate circlet to be very close to overcapping. And to be fair, a lot of bows do give crit rate. So one of the issues with that is if you're having to rebalance your build, maybe you're having to reduce the amount of crit rates and swap in some attack, trading crit rate stats for attack stats, then it's not going to be that much of an upgrade. But if you're able to not waste crit stats, like you're trading 10% crit rate for 20% crit damage, or you've just got such a good build. If I add the 20% crit rate on top of this, I'm only at 90. And once you've got a very good build like that, then the new set is getting to that Klee, to that Durin level, 14, 15, 16% damage increases over the mixed set, and then it's very nice. But even though I say that, again, similar story to Durin, you might as well just farm it on Venti because it's universal and there's no point farming old sets. Now, of course, we should talk about future Hexarite characters upcoming, like Nicole, Alice, maybe even Varka. I think everyone can expect more future characters than just Durin to work with the new set. Now, balancing wise, what will happen is that they will balance future characters with this set in mind. So even though this set is insanely strong on old characters, that's only because older characters never really got access to stats like this unless you play them in specific teams. But even though it's insane for older characters, newer characters, it will just be assumed you have it. And that already kind of adds up, where for Durin, no matter which playstyle you're using him in, it's not going to be as big of an upgrade as the older characters. So again, it goes back to my initial point. In the grand scheme, this set isn't really broken overall, but it also means it's safe to farm because there will be a lot of use cases. Even if you're not using an older DPS right now, like maybe you're not a big fan of Venti or Klee, you might want it in the future for a future Hexarai DPS or even an off-fielder. This set is just so flexible. I will be shocked if an account doesn't have a use case for this. So overall, I'm very happy with the new set. Me personally, I'm going to be spending a lot of time farming there, and I'm especially happy that even though I was already happy with like Venti's buffs or Klee's buffs, I'm happy that they didn't just leave them at that. They remembered that some of the characters don't have signature sets, and this overall just makes me more excited for more buffs in the future, because it shows that they are taking care of old characters. So you can look forward to farming this set from the new artifact domain in Ashvale Peak of Nordcry, and hopefully you found this video helpful. Thanks for watching, guys.
Welcome back to another episode of Random Math Stuff. Today's a bit different from usual. The first half of the video will be mainly game theory rather than math. Alright, let's start. 3D tic-tac-toe is quite simple. There's a 3x3x3 grid. This is how we're going to draw it. We have 3 different colored layers, and each layer is 3x3. Don't worry, it's not going to get too confusing because, spoiler alert, the game won't last more than 4 moves. Anyway, player 1 starts by placing an X, player 2 places an O, and then they alternate back and forth, and whoever gets 3 in a row first wins. And yes, stuff like this counts as 3 in a row. As long as they're all in a line, it's considered 3 in a row. Also, keep in mind that we can increase the number of dimensions however much we want. Nothing about tic-tac-toe stops working when you add a 4th dimension, or even more. Before we start though, and I'll tell you the answer right away, I want you to guess who has the advantage as the number of dimensions increases. In 2D tic-tac-toe, what you're used to, the game ends in a draw if both people play perfectly. Does the same happen in all higher dimensions? Or is there a point where player 1 starts having a winning strategy? Again, I'll tell you the answer right away, just take a guess. Okay, player 1, the person who goes first, wins in 3D, and they also win in every dimension higher than 3. To understand why, we need to start with normal 2D tic-tac-toe. Even though this is a draw, that's only if both players play perfectly. So let's look at what moves you should make in order to maximize your chances of winning. First move, you take the corner, not the center. This is because taking the corner leaves the opponent with only one good option, which is to take the center. If they take anything else, they will end up losing if you play correctly. Alright, let's look at one of these scenarios. You take the corner, opponent takes the adjacent square. Now you take the center. Opponent is forced to go here, so now you go here. See what's happened? You've created a triangle with 2 different winning threats. The opponent has to cover both these threats at the same time, which is of course impossible. So you win. I could go over some of the other scenarios as well, but they're all basically the same. You go first, they go second, you create a threat, which they're forced to answer, and you create a triangle, which is 2 threats at once. Since it's impossible to stop both threats at the same time, you win. But wait a minute, all of these scenarios have been under the assumption that you're the one going first. Reason is, if you're not going first, there's not really much you can do. Whoever goes first, player 1 gets to create the first threat, so player 2 basically doesn't get a second move. They are forced to go wherever player 1 wants them to go. So even in 2D, player 1 technically has an advantage. The game only ends in a draw because player 2 can just barely hold on by taking the center square, the only safe square. Okay, you might be asking, why did we go in the corner square first? Isn't the center square better? Let's see what happens if you do that. We place an X in the center. Just like when we placed an X in the corner, our opponent only has one good move, placing their O in the corner. But see, there are 4 corners, whereas in this other scenario there was only one center. So if we go in the corner first, only 1 out of the 8 remaining squares is safe for our opponent, compared to 4 out of 8 when we go in the center. But center first does have one thing going for it that becomes even more advantageous in 3D tic-tac-toe. Notice how every square is connected to the center. So if we control the center, no matter which square we take, we will always be creating a threat. This isn't true for the corner, because you could place an X here and nothing will happen, no threats have been made. So, generally speaking, the center is a more valuable square than the corner. It just so happens that corner is better as a first move. Alright, now that we understand 2D tic-tac-toe, time for 3D. Why does player 1 win in 3D? What's the winning strategy? Let's try using the same winning process as we did in 2D. We go first, player 2 goes second, we create a threat. Player 2 is forced to respond, and we make a triangle, which is 2 threats at once. Okay, let's take the corner first, since that was the best in 2D. Player 2 should probably go in the middle if they want to not lose. After all, it was the best option in 2D tic-tac-toe. Now, we create a threat. Player 2 is forced to respond, but uh-oh, they now have a threat of their own. So we need to respond to that, and now we don't have a triangle, and in fact we don't even have a threat. So player 2 just does whatever they want, and now there are all sorts of possibilities and we're too lazy to check all of them. Okay, let's go back. We go in the corner, player 2 goes in the middle. Now when we create the threat and force player 2 to go somewhere, that square shouldn't create a threat. So what square won't create a threat? None of them. Just like in 2D tic-tac-toe, every square is connected to the center. So wherever player 2 goes, they will end up creating a threat that we need to respond to, and this is bad for us. It keeps us from creating a triangle, which is our end goal since that wins us the game. Anyway, the point is, the center spot is too powerful. If player 2 has it, then we won't get an automatic win. So it looks like our very first move should be to grab the center square. Now, wherever player 2 decides to go, we just go next to them. This creates a threat every time, because we have control of the center. Remember what we learned in 2D, the center is very good at creating threats. So now, because of the threat, player 2 is forced to go here, which doesn't create a threat because they don't have the center. Now it's our turn, and we're going to try and create a triangle somewhere, 2 threats at once. But look what we've been doing. We have been playing 2D tic-tac-toe this whole time. We haven't used the 3D aspect of the board yet. If we were playing on 2D, we wouldn't be able to create a triangle, but now since we're in 3D, we can just make a triangle using the new dimension. And now there are 2 threats at once, and we win. So, our new strategy in 3D is, start with playing normally on a 2D board, and then when the time is right, we create a triangle using the 3rd dimension. Here's what that looks like. We go in the middle, and no matter where they go, it'll always be connected to the 2D board. It can even be diagonal, like this. This counts because it still operates exactly like every other 2D board. Now, we stay on this 2D board, and we create a threat. They also need to stay on the 2D board because there's a threat here. If they go anywhere else, they lose. So they go here, and only now do we step out of 2 dimensions. We create a triangle, and the game is immediately over. So the big idea is, player 1 has the advantage in higher dimensions because player 2 never gets to use any of those dimensions. They are stuck responding to player 1's threats on the 2D board. So player 1 keeps them trapped on a normal tic-tac-toe game, and whenever they feel like it, they can just use the new dimensions, make a triangle, and win the game. Alright, that's pretty much the whole video, but when I was making this video, I found some stuff that I don't want to just throw away, so here it is. This section will slowly get more math related rather than game theory related. Alright. First, a rule of thumb when playing variants of tic-tac-toe is this. The best spots to take are the spots that have the most 3 in a rows going through them. So for normal tic-tac-toe, the center has 4 3 in a rows going through it, each corner has 3 3 in a rows going through it, and each edge has 2. So the center is the most valuable spot, followed by corner, followed by edge. Now this is quite obvious if you think about it, because of course you want to take the spots that have the most winning potential. By the way, let's call the number of 3 in a rows the potential of that square. So yeah, center has the highest potential, 4. It gives you more chances to win, so it's the most valuable square. The same idea applies to Connect 4, where you try to get 4 in a row instead of 3. Also, there's gravity. These spots in the center have the most potential. They have the most 4 in a rows going through them. Here's a complete map. You can see that the closer the position is to the center, the higher potential. In fact, Connect 4 has been solved. The person who goes first always wins if they play correctly, but their first move must be to go in the middle. If you go here or here, the best you can do is draw, and if you go on the outskirts where the potential is low, you will end up losing. All this is assuming perfect play, of course. But the point of this Connect 4 side tangent is just to say, this rule of thumb is important and decides the winning strategy for many games. I think it might be one of the reasons why control of the center is so important in chess, but I have no idea, I'm 500 elo. Anyway, back to tic-tac-toe. Remember how in 2D tic-tac-toe, the best strategy is to go corner first? What's up with that? Why not center first for the higher potential? I think this is probably just a coincidence. After all, this is just a rule of thumb. 3 and 4 are pretty close to each other, so whether you pick the square with potential 4 or potential 3 is not a decision that really affects the game too much. On the other hand, in 3D, the potential of the center spot grows to 13 while the potential of the corner is only 7, and the potential of the other 2 types of spots is even smaller. But this explains why in 3D, the best strategy shifts from going in the corner to going in the center. 13 is much larger than 7, so the center is much more valuable. This discrepancy only increases as the number of dimensions increases. I encourage you to pause and try to find a general formula for the potential of the center spot in terms of the dimension, which we'll call D. In other words, given a game of tic-tac-toe in D dimensions, how many 3 in a rows go through the center spot? For D equals 2, normal tic-tac-toe, your general formula should spit out 4, and if you plug in D equals 3, it should give you 13. You can also try to find a general formula for the potential of the corners as well. Okay, the potential of the center spot is 3 to the power of D minus 1, all over 2. This is because the center is connected to every single position as we saw before. There are 3 to the power of D total positions minus the center, so minus 1. And there are half as many 3 in a rows because each position is paired up with another position to form the 3 in a row. So for each 2 positions, there is 1 3 in a row. And here's the same thing, but in 3D. So this is our general formula, the number of positions divided by 2. Now for the corners, the potential is 2 to the power of D minus 1. This is because each 3 in a row that goes through a corner must also go through another corner. Just focus on this fact and think about why this is for a second. If we assign each spot a coordinate so that the center is 0, 0 or 0, 0, 0 if you're in 3D, what do you notice about the coordinates of the corners? That's right, they're all 1 or negative 1. Same thing happens in 3D and all other dimensions as well. Now, to make a 3 in a row, the coordinates need to follow a pattern. For example, look at this 3 in a row. See how the x-coordinate changes by 1 each time? And it does so twice, so the x-coordinate has a total change of 2. It goes from negative 1 to 1. If we go to 3D and look at a different 3 in a row, we can see that this time, the x, y, and z coordinates all change. But again, they are only changing by 1 at a time, and they do so twice, so each coordinate ends up changing by 2 as you move from end to end. This means that 1 changes to negative 1 and negative 1 changes to 1. So, if you start at a corner with all 1s and negative 1s, you end up at another corner since you still have all 1s and negative 1s. With this fact proved, we can find the potential of corner spots. We just have to ask, how many other corners are there besides this one? Well, if we look at the coordinates, each coordinate can be either 1 or negative 1, and we need to make this decision for D total coordinates where D is the dimension. So, there are 2 to the power of D total corners, each of which correspond to a unique 3 in a row. Except for this one, since we started here, you can't have a 3 in a row that starts and ends on the same square. So our final answer for the potential is 2 to the power of D minus 1. Alright, we have our 2 general formulas. If you look closely, you'll notice that both formulas grow exponentially, but this one grows faster because it's 3 to the power of D and not 2 to the power of D. This means the discrepancy between these 2 values will get bigger and bigger as the number of dimensions increases. So for very high dimensional games of tic-tac-toe, the center becomes very, very valuable, and the winner of the game is essentially whoever has control of the center. So how about we stop that? Let's see what happens if in 3D tic-tac-toe, no one can go in the center. It is now blocked off. Since a lot of the 3 in a rows are no longer possible without the center, we need to recalculate the potential of each position. Now, corners have potential 6, face centers have potential 4, and edges have potential 3. So corners remain the more valuable spots compared to face centers and edges, so player 1 would naturally go there first. Now notice these 3 faces of the cube. Player 1 already has an X in each of these 3 faces. Whatever player 2 does, there will always be at least one face that only has an X in it. So player 1 would just ignore player 2 and focus on that face since they already have an advantage there. So now we're playing 2D tic-tac-toe again, except it's player 1's turn. So yeah, they just place another X and it's not even close, player 1 wins easily. So yeah, I don't really know how to balance this game and make it fair for both players. Maybe we open the center back up and add a rule that says you can't go there on the first move? I don't know, it just feels too gimmicky and too many rules. I don't like it, because tic-tac-toe is supposed to be a simple game. If you have an idea, comment it below, I guess. Yeah, that's all I have for you today, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
There are exactly 8 septillion, 401 sextillion, 905 quintillion, 440 quadrillion, 137 trillion, 617 billion, 408 million games of 3D tic-tac-toe. As a newly minted tic-tac-toe influencer, I've been hearing about quite a few variations of tic-tac-toe lately. There's the one where after 3 moves you take turns shifting your pieces around, the one in which you're allowed to play once outside the grid, the one where you have different sizes of X's and O's that can play on top of each other. There's different sized boards, different numbers of players, and boards within boards. In fact, it seems that there are an essentially infinite number of variations of tic-tac-toe. However, one question seems to come up again and again. Why does it have to be two-dimensional? Well, I set about to investigate, and after a disappointing foray into one-dimensional tic-tac-toe, I decided to set my sights on the third dimension. Now, if you've ever tried 3D tic-tac-toe, you've probably noticed a fundamental problem with the game. The very center square is just too powerful. No matter how your opponent responds, you can immediately put them on the defensive with one of the adjacent squares, after which you can use the third dimension to create a fork. So we need a way around this issue. Now, one way of solving the problem is simply to make the board bigger and require 4 in a row. As a kid, I had a 4x4x4 3D tic-tac-toe set, which worked pretty well. But who has the time to play a tic-tac-toe game with 64 different squares? No, after careful thought and a modest sponsorship deal with the developer of an app called Cube Tactics, I've come to the conclusion that the most satisfying solution is to outlaw the center square and play the game on the surface of the cube. Here's how Cube Tactics works. Players take turns coloring squares on the outside of a 3x3x3 cube, trying to get 3 in a row. But unlike regular tic-tac-toe, where the game ends after a successful line, here the game keeps going until every square is filled, with the winner being whoever makes the most lines. By default, when a line is made, those squares are now out of play. But there's also a mode where they stay in play, as well as other options like multiplayer. For this video though, I'll stick to the default settings. So how many games of this 3D version of tic-tac-toe are there? Well, you'd expect it to be significantly more than regular tic-tac-toe, since there are 26 available locations instead of 9. But how much more? In my first tic-tac-toe video, I began with the raw number 9 factorial, or 362,880, since there are 9 choices for the first move, each of which leads to 8 choices for the second move, and so on. If we do the same calculation for Cube Tactics, we arrive at a truly enormous number. 403 septillion, 291 sextillion, 461 quintillion, 126 quadrillion, 605 trillion, 635 billion, 584 million, which is 26 factorial. That's like a trillion billion times as many raw games as in 2D tic-tac-toe. In fact, it's roughly the same number of atoms in my big toe. Anyway, for regular tic-tac-toe, we managed to whittle down that 9 factorial considerably by considering symmetry and strategy. So what if we do the same here? Let's start with symmetry. At first it looks really promising. Instead of 26 possible first moves, there are really only 3 that are truly different: a corner, an edge, or a center. Say you pick one of the centers. Then instead of 25 possible responses to that move, symmetry can reduce that number to 7. But you might notice that 7 is more than 3, and it gets worse from there. That's the thing about symmetry. The further you go into the game, the more unique and asymmetrical the configurations become. So anyway, if you remember from my previous video, in 2D tic-tac-toe, accounting for symmetry reduced the number of games by a factor of 8, since there are 8 different rotations and reflections of the square. For a cube, on the other hand, there are 48 different reflections and rotations. To see this, remember that a cube has 6 different faces, any of which could be placed in front. Having chosen that face, there are now 4 different choices for the top face, at which point the orientation of the cube is fully determined. So that makes a total of 6 times 4, or 24 different rotations. Each of these rotations has a mirrored counterpart, bringing the total to 48. This means that we can reduce this enormous number of raw games by a factor of 48, bringing it down to a mere 8 septillion, 401 sextillion, 905 quintillion, 440 quadrillion, 137 trillion, 617 billion, 408 million games. Oh, and by the way, here's some extra details about that symmetry calculation that you might not care about. Anyway, clearly 8 septillion is still an astronomical number, so let's talk strategy. In the case of 2D tic-tac-toe, we could considerably reduce the number of games by assuming that players take and block winning moves. In Cube Tactics, though, this is a more dubious assumption, since the game doesn't end after someone gets 3 in a row. Still, I was curious how much the same assumption would reduce the number of possibilities here, so I coded up a simulation. And it turns out that if you assume people take and block 3 in a row when it presents itself, there are only 8,108,834 games of 3D tic-tac-toe after the first 7 moves. Yeah, it took only 7 moves for the number of possibilities to balloon to over 8 million, at which point my computer was taking so long to calculate the 8th move that I gave up on it. Okay, but what if you make the even more dubious assumption that players always attempt to get 2 in a row when 3 in a row is not available? Well, in that case, my program made it to the 16th move before it couldn't handle it anymore. So at this point, I clearly needed a different approach. Not only did these strategies fail to pare down the number of games to something manageable, but I suspected that they were also just bad strategies. Since the game isn't over after the first player gets 3 in a row, it might be better to pay attention to your overall position rather than short-sightedly completing the first line that becomes available. Which brings us to the board position evaluation function. To approach the game in a more holistic way, let's consider all of the possible lines that can be made on the surface of a 3x3x3 cube. Since the very center of the cube is off limits, there are 8 possible lines parallel to the x-axis, 8 possible lines parallel to the y-axis, and 8 parallel to the z-axis. In addition to these 24 lines, there are 12 diagonal lines, 2 for each face of the cube. So a natural way of evaluating our position is to consider how close we are to completing each of these 36 lines compared with our opponent. Take this position for instance. The blue player has 1 line 2/3 of the way completed and 4 lines 1/3 of the way completed. Red simply has 2 lines 1/3 of the way completed. Notice also that several lines have been spoiled for both opponents. I wrote a function to calculate a score based on these statistics, which gives completed lines a value of 1, lines with 2 out of 3 scores completed a value of 1/3, and lines with just 1 score completed a value of 1/7. These coefficients were chosen so that it's a little better to have 1 completed line than 2 almost completed lines, and it's a little better to have 1 almost completed line than 2 that are just started. Also, note that the coefficients are positive for player 1, blue, and negative for player 2, red. This means that if the total score is positive, blue is in the better position, and if the total score is negative, red is in the better position. Going back to our example, if we plug in the values for red and blue, we arrive at a value of positive 13/21, or roughly 0.619, indicating that blue has the better position. Now that we have a function for evaluating the state of the board, we can see what happens if both players simply pick the move or moves that give them the best position score. Again, I ran a simulation, and it turns out that if both players play with such a strategy, there are 137,880 different games of cube tactics. That's still a lot, but less than the population of medieval Paris. Let's take a look at how one of these games plays out. Interestingly, while I can't claim that it's the optimal strategy, this more holistic approach does consistently outperform the greedy approaches that take the first lines available to them. At this point, if you've seen my previous video, you may be wondering, could we use a minimax algorithm to determine the perfect strategy? As a quick refresher, the idea of a minimax algorithm is that at any given point in the game, it considers every possible branch leading from that point, playing it out until the end of the game. It then picks the branch or branches that will lead to the best outcome, assuming the opponent also plays optimally. Quick aside, I made a poster of the visual you're looking at right now, along with a bunch of other ridiculous punny merch, so you can check out the link to that and the silly announcement video that went with it in the description. Anyway, you probably already guessed what the problem is with trying to write a minimax algorithm for cube tactics. The size of the game tree is completely prohibitive. However, what we can do is limit the depth of search to only a few moves into the future, thereby keeping the size of the tree more manageable. The only problem is, since we don't make it to the end of the game, we don't have a way of knowing which paths lead to victory or defeat. So how can we judge which paths are good and which are bad? Well, we can use our board position evaluation function, of course. This approach isn't perfect like the minimax algorithm from my previous video, but in a way it's mimicking the way human beings play games. While we generally can't think through every possibility all the way to the end of the game, we do often try to think a few moves ahead and pick a move that will lead to a favorable outcome. And perhaps what it really means to be a master of a game is to have optimized your ability to search through the game tree so that you can look deeper into the future, and also to be skilled at recognizing favorable mid-game positions, the way that our board position evaluation function is trying to do. So what happens if we try to count the number of games of cube tactics that are possible between players using this kind of look-ahead? Now, remember that there were 137,880 different games between players just using the board position evaluation function to pick their next move. If we instead use a look-ahead of 2 games, there are now 264,533 games. And if we look ahead by 3 moves, there are now 2,468,557 games? Clearly we're going in the wrong direction, with more games rather than fewer. What this suggests to me is that a player who's able to look ahead a little is actually able to see a wider range of choices that are all equally good. Remember that for regular tic-tac-toe, where we could feasibly chart out the entire tree of possible games, there were hundreds of different ways in which 2 perfect Minimax players could reach a draw. For cube tactics, which as we've seen has hundreds of septillions of games, there may be billions of optimal ways to play. At this point, having considered several different approaches a human or AI player might take to cube tactics, the natural next step was to pit them against each other in a grand battle royale. For example, if player 1 plays randomly, while player 2 greedily completes 3 in a row at the first opportunity, we end up with a game like this. Or how about if player 1 plays using Minimax with a 3-step look ahead, and player 2 simply plays to maximize their immediate board position? Ultimately, I ran thousands of trials for each pair of strategies, and came up with this chart. For each combination of strategies, the blue fill represents the proportion of games in which player 1 was victorious, the red how often player 2 was victorious, and the gray how often it was a tie game. A few interesting patterns pop out. First, player 1 seems to have an advantage over player 2, but not uniformly and not to a huge extent. Second, and this was sort of gratifying because it suggests I didn't screw up, the Minimax players with more look-ahead tended to beat those with less look-ahead. However, interestingly, the Minimax players don't do quite as well against random players as less sophisticated AIs do, perhaps because there's an assumption that they're playing against an equal. One thing that all of the position maximizing strategies have in common is that they start with the corner. And if you think about it for a second, you'll see why. A corner gets you started on 6 different possible lines, whereas a center lies on only 4, and an edge a mere 2. So come on, at this point, you know you have to give cube tactics a shot. Like tic-tac-toe, it's a short, simple game with easy to understand rules. But unlike tic-tac-toe, it's interesting to play, with no obvious best strategy that works for all opponents. Oh, and the handcrafted AI built into the game is actually pretty decent. I wouldn't be surprised if it beats you. It certainly beat me a few times. So check out the links in the description and let me know how you did in the comments. And with that, I'll play you out the only way I know how, with tic-tac-toe sonifications. It's come to my attention that one of the best ways to get publicity as an author is to get your book banned.
Let's not worry. Since I'm not planning to do the thing today, and I have 2 days left to do it, and it's not I'm gonna do Sunday, so I guess I'm just gonna chill for today. Maybe play some Empire at War. Maybe. Considering I can install it, maybe I have already installed it. Alright, it's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, we'll see you next time.